So let's get started. First of all, open your favorite browser and search for Visual Studio. And the first website which will appear here will be from visualstudio.com. Just click this link here and we are in the Visual Studio website. Now we have three options here: Visual Studio, Visual Studio Online, and Visual Studio Code. So to have Visual Studio Community, you can just click the first option, which is this one, and you just need to click this button, Download Community 2015. So click this and it's going to download an executable file and save it. And once your executable file is downloaded, you just need to run your executable file. So run it, and I'm going to minimize my browser. And this is the location where it will be installed, and by default it's typical. Just let it as it is and click install. Now it can take few minutes to some hours to complete this process of installing Visual Studio. So you need to be patient while installing Visual Studio. Now after the setup is complete, you will see this kind of screen which says you need to restart your computer. So you need to click this button and restart your computer. Once your computer is restarted, what you need to do is you need to go to search and search for Visual Studio and click Visual Studio 2015 from here. And now Visual Studio will start. And then you will be able to see the screen which says you need to sign in with your Microsoft account or your Visual Studio account. So it's advisable to sign in with your Microsoft account. So just click sign in. And give your email ID and click continue. And then you need to give your password. And then you will be able to see this screen which says host your next project in Visual Studio Online. But for now we don't want that, so I will say not now, maybe later. And then you will be able to see this screen, and here you can choose the Visual Studio theme for you. There is a blue theme, there is a dark theme, and there is a light theme. So you can choose either of them. For now I'm going to choose this light theme and click start. And now Visual Studio is ready to use.
And here you can create a new project. So let's create a new project. I will go to this file, or you can just click this button to create a new project, but I will go to the file, new project, and in here you have different options for creating C# projects. So the most popular is this Windows Form application, which I have shown you in my earlier playlist for C#. But right now for the beginners level, we will start from this console application to see the basics. Now here you can give the name of your project. So for example, I will give the name of my project as my project. And notice that I have started the name of my project with capital letter, and then the other letters of the word are in small letters. And when you add some new words, it will come with a capital letter and other letters are small letters. So it's like a camel pattern here, right? And just always start with the capital letter and click OK. And this will give you this program. It already gives you this bare bone project or this code for running, but we are not going to use it. And one more important thing, if you want to increase the font size of this code, you can go to here, which is by default 100%, and you can choose or you can increase the font size by going here, or otherwise just press Ctrl and scroll your mouse, and then it will increase the size like this. So I'm scrolling my mouse by pressing Ctrl button, and now the font size is increased. Now we have this project here, and it has some property files, some references, and the file which contains this code is called program.cs, which the Visual Studio has created for us. So for now I will delete this because we want to create our own class. So I will delete this file and I will say delete it permanently. OK, and it will be deleted. So we are now starting with a new class. Now for that I can create first of all a folder in which I want to save my class. So I will just go to my project and I will right click and I will say add new folder, and I will add a new folder called examples, right? And in this example folder, just click this example folder and once again right click it, and we will add a class to this folder. So we will say add class, and we will choose this class from here, and we will choose a name for our class. So let's say our class name is example1. Notice that I have once again I have started the class name with a capital letter, and the second word I have also started with a capital letter, and other are small letters. So I will add this class to my project, and now this class is added to my project. I will increase the font once again so you can see. So now we have created a class for us, and just remember that in order to write a C# code you need to have a class. We will discuss this class in detail in the next videos, but just remember this. And whenever you create this class, you will already have or Visual Studio will already include these files in your program or in your code. And these things at the top which are starting with using, this is called namespaces. And what is a namespaces? Namespaces is a collection of classes and other codes like delegates, or namespaces can also contain other namespaces. And the main namespace of C# is this system namespace. So let's make it minimal code so that we can understand it. So this is a namespace, and what is a namespace? Namespace is a collection of classes, delegates, and other namespaces and other enums or other things, right? And this namespace will help us to write our code. Now this project or this folder which we have created is also a namespace, and whatever class we will write inside this will be the class under this namespace. So this system is a namespace like this. Okay. Now to write a code inside your namespace, or write first code, what you need to do is go inside your class and you need to write here static void main, and just give this two brackets and this curly braces right here. So whenever you write this static void main, and your function will start and close with this. So this is called a function, and function, whenever you create a function, it has some return type, it has some bracket like this, or this kind of square, or not a square but a bracket, and this kind of curly braces, and this brackets can take arguments, but right now we are not giving it, and we can return value in a function or a method, which we will see later. And whenever you write main, this will be the entry point of your C# program. So this is a special function in C#, as you have seen in other languages also. The main is the main entry point of your program, and notice that this main starts from a capital letter. Now in order to print something on the console, what we can do is we can use a class called console. So you can see when I hover over this console here, it says class system.console. So this class console is a part of namespace system. So I will use this, and dot, just write dot write, and in the bracket, and give this semicolon here, and inside this bracket we will give these two double quotes, and in here we can write our message. So I can write welcome to this tutorial. Okay. So what will this console write will do is it will print this message on your console. So let's try to run this program. So to in order to run your program, you can just click this button, but whenever you click this button, your screen will appear and disappear, because there is no code to stop this program from exiting. So let's press this button first, and you see screen comes and goes, and there is nothing to stop this screen, because we haven't provided any key entry or anything to stop our program. So what you can do is either you can run your program by pressing Control F5. So just remember, run your program with Control F5, which I'm doing right now, and now you can see your console, and it will wait for your key press event to exit. So you can see our message is printed here, welcome to this tutorial. Okay, and then it shows that press any key to continue. Otherwise, if you want to press this button, what you can do is there is a code called console dot read key, which will wait for the key to be pressed, right? And now when I run this program, you can see the message welcome to the tutorial, and when I press some key, it will be exited. So this is the basic program we have written in C#. Hello guys, welcome once again. In the last video, I've shown you how to download and install Visual Studio Express Edition for creating your C# projects. and we have created our first project in C Sharp, and we were able to output this message on the screen, which is welcome to the tutorial. Now in this video I'm going to show you how to input and output values using C Sharp. For example, the user want to input some values, and on the basis of user input you want to show the output. How can you do it? I will show you in this video. So let's start. For example, I will declare a variable string, not this but string, and I will name this string as name. Okay, and right now I will assign the name as, for example, programming. Okay, so this name which I have declared is called a variable, and this string which is in front of the variable is called the data type. And a variable is just a value holder or placeholder for this value. Okay, and this data type I'm going to discuss these data types in detail, but for now just imagine that this is a variable name, and this can only contain the string value. String means these kind of word or this kind of sentences, right? Now for example, you want to show this variable name on the console. How you can do is, you can just write in the console.write, just you can just output it by saying the name is, and then give this plus sign, and then not this equal to but this plus sign, and then just copy this variable called name and place it here. And what this plus sign is, it's called a concatenation operator, and what it does is it concatenate this string, which is also a string, and this string, and it will show the output together. So it will ideally show the name is programming, right? Let's run the program. I will just click this green button here, or I will just press Ctrl F5, and it's showing the name is programming. So in order to show the value of variable, what you need to do is you just need to give this plus sign and the name of the variable. Okay, now for example, you want to input the value of name or input name, and then you want to show the output this name, right? What you can do is, once again I will go on the top and I can write console.write, and inside I will give a string, and I will say please enter some name. Okay, and then instead of assigning the name to this variable, I will ask the user to give the name. So I will just delete this, and instead of this I will write console dot read line, and what this console dot read line does is it enables you to enter the value, enter a string. So it reads a line which you enter. Okay, so what this ideally do is it will ask to enter the name, and when you enter the name it will be shown here. Okay, so let's run the program, and it says please enter some names. For example, I write YouTube, and I will press enter, and it says the name is YouTube. Okay, so it works like this. Now for example, you want to enter the surname also, or you want to enter two names, what you can do is you can just copy this and paste it here, and this name I will call this name 1, and I will call this name 2. Okay, and I will say please enter name 1, and here I will say please enter name 2. Okay, so for example, I want to enter two names. What can I do here? I can just print the first name is, so I can write first name is, and you can just give this plus sign once again here, and again you can write and second name is, and just give this. This will contain the first name and this will should contain the second name, just using this plus operator. Okay, so this will also print out. Let's see what it prints out. So I will run the program. It says please enter the first name, so I will write YouTube 1 and press enter, and the second name I will write YouTube 2, and when I press enter here, you see it says first name is YouTube 1 and the second name is YouTube 2. Okay, so the concatenation works like this. Now there is a other way you can print these values, and this other way is called by using placeholders. So instead of doing like this, what you can write is you can write the names are, or names entered are, and then you give a curly braces, and inside you give 0, and once again give and once again give curly braces and give 1, and in here give a comma, and not this one but comma, and give the first name, and once again the comma, and give the second name. Okay, so what this code is, it's a placeholder. It's called a placeholder, and this placeholder will show the value of the first value you will pass after comma, and this placeholder will show the second value after this comma. So second value is name 2, right? And it starts from 0. So 0 1, and if we have the third value, we will write name 3 for example, and in here we will write once again of curly braces and 2. Okay, so it will show the third value also, but right now we don't have any third value. So just remember, this is called the placeholder, and whatever is the 0th value, which is name 1, after comma, it will just replace this by this name, and it will just replace the second value by this. Okay, and I will run the program once again, and I will say this time 1 2 3 4 5 for example, and second name is Max. Okay, and I will press enter, and it says the names entered are 1 2 3 4 5 and Max, right? So in this way you can use this console write to output the values and console read line to input the values. Now what we have done till now is for the string, But suppose you want to show the integers. For example, once again I will just delete this, or I will keep it here. I will declare a variable integer. So I will declare int x, and I will say is equal to console dot read line. So instead of using string, you want to use the integer. And I have I have written this in front of this x, and it's showing this squiggly line here, and it's showing that this is not possible because read line only takes the string values and not the integers, and this variable we have declared is an integer, right? This data type of this variable is an integer, and this is not possible. So what we can do is we need to pass whatever string we have entered into the integer and then show it, or then place it into the x. So how we can do it? You can just write int dot parse, and in the bracket you enclose this console dot read line. And what this line will do is whatever string or whatever line you will enter, it will just convert the string into the integer and then place it into the x, right? And for this I will do the same here. So for example, I will say please enter number 1 and please enter number 2. Okay, and you want to show the addition of these two numbers. This should be y, for example. Okay, and if, for example, you want to show the addition of these two numbers. So what you can do here is you can declare a third variable in int z equal to x plus y. Okay, and what this does is whatever you write the value of x and whatever you enter the value of y, it will add those two values and place it into this z. Okay, and for example you want to show the addition, so that you can write the sum of value 0, which is x, so just copy x here, and value y, which is y, so copy and paste y, and then write is, and we will assign, or we will use third placeholder for z. So just write curly braces 2 and then here write z. Okay, now when we run the program, it will ask us to enter the first value. Let's give space here because it's a little bit confusing, and here also. Okay, run the program once again, and I will enter first number, for example 355, enter. I will enter the second number 675, for example, and I press enter. I will give the output, the sum of 365 and 675 is 1030, which is correct, right? So in this way you can output the values by user inputs. Okay, this should be 2. Okay. So I hope you have understood the concept of inputting and outputting the values on screen. Hello guys, in this video I'm going to teach you about built-in data type in C#. So built-in data type in C# are the data type which are provided by C# to us. For example, in the last videos I have used a data type like int x, right? So this int is a data type which tells, or which gives us the information that the variable x is a variable which is used to hold the integer values. Like this int, there are more variable or more data types in C sharp for us which we can use in different situations. Now, in order to see these built-in data types, we can go to MSDN website, which is from Microsoft. And first of all, if you want to search for this, you can just search for built-in types in C sharp and just click the first link here, and this is the link. So built-in data types are like this. This is a list of built-in data type in C sharp. So bool, byte, s byte, char, decimal, double, and there is a whole list of these data types. And all this belongs to system namespace. Now, for example, bool, you want to declare a bool. This belongs to system.boolean namespace. So there is a list of namespaces also to which every data type belongs to. Now, in order to see the range of these data types, there is a data type called byte whose range is 0 to 255, which is an integer. So if you see here in the first link, there is a list of topics here. So first topic is integral types table. Integral type table is nothing but the number data type which you can declare in C sharp. So this can be s byte, which is signed byte and whose range is minus 128 to 127. Byte is 0 to 255. There is a char short whose range is minus 32,000 something to plus 32,000. Unsigned short int, which we were using, its range is minus 2 billion to plus 2 billion something, right? And if you want to declare unsigned integer which start from 0, then its range will be 0 to 4 billion, right? And if you want to show a bigger number, you can use long and ulong. So these are the integer values or unsigned integer values, right? Now, in order to declare decimal point or floating point, they have something like floating point data types. And the main floating point data types are float and double. Float has a range which with the precision 7 digits, and the double has the range with a precision 15 to 16 digits. So if you want to declare a floating data type which contains points in between 1.0 something, this type of data type is declared using float or double. Okay. Now there is something called default data type. So what are the default here? If I click this default value table, there is a list of default values for every data type. So whenever you declare a bool, for example, its default value or it will be initialized as a false value, right? And byte, its default value is 0. Char, its default value is slash null, which is null terminator. Decimal has the default value 0.0. So there is a list of default value. Default means by default, if you don't assign any value, this default is assigned to them, right? Now this is all these tables here, so you can always go to this MSDN website and see this. Okay, there is a one important data type called string data type, which contains a string of Unicode characters, which we are going to discuss in this video later. So let's see how we can declare the variable or data type once again. So for example, I want to declare a bool data type, bool x, then we need to initialize it by true or false. So bool contains true or false, right? And when you want to show the value of x, you can just print it by console write. So you can write console dot write, and you can just print this. Okay, and when you run this program, it will build and run. It will give you true because the value of x is true. And if you give it false, then it will show the value false here. Okay. In some languages, you can also provide the value 0 or 1 to bool, but in C# you can only provide true or false to the boolean variables. So I think you have now the basic idea of declaring the variables with a data type. Now, if you want, so if I have already told you here that every data type has some range, right, which is 0 to 255 or 128 to 127 for sign byte. You don't need to remember these ranges. For example, if you want to find out the range using C#, what you can do is, for example, I will declare a variable int, and I want to know the minimum range of this int. What I can do is I can just print double quotes, for example, and I can write minimum int range, and with this plus sign I can get the minimum range of integer. So I will just copy this int data type here, and I will say dot, and there are some options. So min value and max value is some options. So I will just take this min value, and when I run the program, it says the minimum range is minus this, which also matches the integer range minus this, right? So you can find the minimum values or the maximum values using this min and max value for every data type, right? For example, if you want to see the maximum range of int, you can just write dot max value, and here you can write max range, maximum range of int. Okay, or you can just use it here also, minimum range of int, and just run your program once again, and you see here minimum range of int is minus 2 billion and maximum range is something like this. Okay, so you can always find the minimum and maximum value using this C# code also. Now, in the last video, I have also shown you how to use this string data type. So I have shown you can declare a string data type like this. String, for example, you want to name your variable as name, and this string data type contains this any string or any Unicode string within these double quotes. So I can just assign the value to this name variable as this is our name, some string. Okay, so in order to assign a value to a string, you need to include these double quotes here, right? Now there is something called escape sequence. So escape sequence is a letter or a symbol which we can use to escape the character. For example, you want to print double quotes inside your string, and for I will give the double quotes here and here, for example. So I want to print this is the name with the double quotes, but when I include these double quotes here, it will show me the error. The code will show me the error, because whenever you just declare a double quote, it will consider this as a string, and this other is extra code, which this C# code cannot understand, because I have already told you, whenever you declare a string, its value is inside double quotes, and your double quotes are already here, right? So in order to print this double quote here and double quote here, you need to use escape sequence, and escape sequence in C# is a backslash, this one, and here, this one, not here but here. And so if you want to print this double quote here, just before this you need to give this escape sequence here, which is a slash symbol. Then we will be able to print this name inside double quotes. So let's run the code once again. I will just print this, and I will remove this. This is the name here. Okay, I will run the program now, and you see here the this is a name is inside these double quotes, now printed inside these double quotes, right? And there is a list of these escape sequence in C# which you can use. So let's see what are these this list in C#. So when you search for escape sequence in C#, in MSDN, you can see there is a list of escape sequence here, and we have just used this double quotation. For printing double quotation, we have used this escape sequence. Now in order to change the line, there is escape sequence like this /n. When you give this, it will print your values in new line, right? Or if you want to give a horizontal tab, you will just write /t. So let's see an example now. So for example, I want to print this name in different lines. This is a name, so I want to change the line. So what can I do? I will use /n here, and I can use /n here and /n here. Now this is a name will be printed in new line in 4 lines. So let's see what is the result here, and you can see here this is a name is printed in every new line here, right? So you can see this list, and you can decide what escape sequence you want, and you can use this escape sequence. Now for example, you want to print the path of a file. You can use, because the path of a file in Windows contains this backslash itself, right? So for example, I have a path in somewhere for some file, and I want to print this path. So I will copy this path, and I will just paste it here. And as soon as you paste your path, it will show you the error, because this slash is a escape sequence, and it will not allow you to print this path because it's a wrong way of printing path. Let me change the variable name first, and we are going to print this path here. So for the escape sequence of slash, if you want to print slash here, you see here escape sequence of backslash is this double slashes. So if you want to print this path, you need to give double slashes for every slash. Okay, so I have provided double slash for every slash, and when I print this path, you see here it's printing only a single slash, even though we have provided the double slash here, because double slash is a escape sequence of slash. Okay, now whenever you print this type of path, or whenever you need to print this type of path, whenever some other user sees it, he will be confused, because it doesn't look good when you print this path like this. So in C sharp there is something called verbatim literal, and by using this verbatim literal you can ignore your escape sequence. You don't need to write this escape sequence. Whenever you use this verbatim literal before a string, it will print the string as it is. So let me just give you the name. With this literal is called verbatim string literal, right? And verbatim string literal in C sharp is this, at the rate, this symbol, right? So for example, I want to just print this path without these escape sequences. How can I do it? I will just add this verbatim literal before my string. And now whatever you write after this verbatim literal, it will literally print this string. It will literally take this string and print it. Okay. So now when you run the program, it will print your path as it is. You don't need to give any escape sequence or anything else. For example, I want to print this. This is a path, and I want to print it in double quotes. I can just give these double quotes here, and it says error. So you need to use this verbatim literal only with paths, right? It will not work with any other variable or any other string. So this is wrong, right? We were just able to print the path and not any other string. No, this is not true. In order to print this, this is a path, for example, in double quotes, you need to give this whatever is the escape sequence. What, for example, this quote, you need to double these things. Okay. So whatever is the escape sequence, for example, this double quotes in C sharp, you need to give double quotes, right? So it will print it like this. I will just print it, and it will print it. This is a path. So whenever you print a path with a verbatim literal, which is this at the rate symbol, you just need to give the path, right? But whenever you want to print something for which you need to use escape sequence, you need to double that thing. For example, you want to print double quote, just provide 2 times double quote here and 2 times double quote here, and verbatim literal will understand this 2 time double quote as a single quote here, right? So just remember this thing. So what we have learned in this video, we have learned different data types in C sharp. We have learned escape sequence with string data type, and we have learned verbatim literal, which is this at the rate symbol in C sharp. Hello guys, in this video I'm going to teach you about basic arithmetic operatives in C sharp. So there are commonly 5 arithmetic operator we use in C sharp, which are plus, minus, multiplication. For multiplication we use asterisk or this star symbol. Division, for division we use this slash symbol, and for showing the remainder we use this modulus symbol. So for example, I will take an example of a simple calculator for which we are going to take two values and we want the addition, subtraction, multiplication and division of those two numbers, and we want to show this the result on the screen. So how can we do it? So what I'm going to do is I will declare two number. So these are the number int num1 and num2, which holds the two numbers which user will give. Okay. Now I will declare three more integers which will hold the result of addition, subtraction and multiplication, and this data type is int. I will declare one more variable called division which will hold the result of division of those two numbers, and this data type I have taken float because when you divide two numbers the result can be a float value, right? So I have taken this a float. Now what I have done is I'm asking the user to input the first number. So I will write console.write enter first number, and in my first number variable which is num1 I'm reading the value which is entered by the user. So I will say num1 is equal to convert dot to int 32 because we are reading the line, and this is a string. When a user enters something, it's a string and we need to convert it to the integer. That's why we are using convert to int. So this line of code will take a string from the user because we are reading the read line, and it will convert it to the integer and then assign it to this num1. Similarly, I am doing the same for the second number. I am asking the user to enter the second number, and whatever user enters, I will put it into the second number. So this code, I will provide a link below. You will be able to find this code. So don't worry, you can directly copy this code and test it on your Visual Studio C# project. So after entering the two numbers, what I'm going to do is I will take a add variable which I have declared here, and in this add variable I am saving the addition of two numbers. So how you do the addition? By using this plus arithmetic operator, right? In a similar way, I'm saving the subtraction of this two number by using this minus arithmetic operator. So number one minus number two. Now for multiplication, I'm using this asterisk symbol to multiply these two numbers, and for division, I'm using slash symbol to divide these two numbers. But notice when I will divide a number by a second number, it will not give you the remainder, or it will not give you the decimal points, because there is a special quality in this slash symbol that it only gives you the whole values which is a multiple. It will not give you the remainder, or it will not give you the decimal value. So I will also show you how you can show the result in decimal, but first let's see the result of this. So this is the interesting part of this code, and we will be watching this in detail. Now what I'm going to do next is I'm just printing the result addition. So I will show the add, subtraction, I will show it in sub, multiplication, I'm printing multiplication, and the division I'm printing division. Okay, so this is the code I have. Now let's try and run this code. So the program asks us to enter the first number. For example, I will enter 23 as a first number. And now user asks or program asks us to enter the second number. I enter 4 as a second number. And when I press enter, you will get the result. So the result is addition is 27. Yes, 23 plus 4 is 27. The subtraction is 19. So 23 minus 4 is 19. The multiplication is 92. 23 multiplied by 4 is 93. This is correct. But see here, the division is 5. It's giving us 5. So it's giving the multiple of 23. So 4 times 5 is 20, and the remainder is 3 here, which cannot be divided further, right? So it's only showing whatever it can multiply, and the remainder it's not showing. So that's why it's showing this value. Now to show the remainder, what you can do is I can add one more line here. Remainder, and I can add one more variable here. In the int variable, I will write rem, and now for this I will write here, after this division, I will use remainder is equal to num1 mod num2. Okay, so now I will just copy this and paste it here, and now when I run the program, I will give the same two numbers 23 and 4, and you can see here when you divide 23 by 4, you will get the remainder here. So by using this modulus symbol, you can show the remainder, and the full multiple of 4 you can give by this slash symbol. Now for example, you may need the float value or the exact value you want to show when you want to divide two numbers. So what you can do is you can add this float here, and what this bracket float means is it's called a cast operator, typecasting operator, and what it will do is whatever is the result of the division of this number, it will convert that into the float, and then it will assign it to your divide variable, and this divide variable is a float, right? We have declared it as a float. So now what will this code will do is it will divide these two numbers, and the result is a float, right? So it will convert this division to a float by this typecast operator. And what is a typecast operator? In the brackets, you would just give the data type you are expecting. So this is a typecast operator. We are expecting float here. And now when we run the program, and we will give the same numbers once again, 23 by 4, and now you can see the exact division, 5.75. When you multiply or when you divide 23 by 4, the exact value or exact division is 5.75. So by typecast operator you can show the exact value, but when you remove this typecast operator, it will give you only the multiple and not the remainder, right? So this is a little trick to convert your division to a decimal point or floating point. So these are the basic operator we use in C#. Not the basic operator, but it's called arithmetic operation to be specific. So these are the basic arithmetic operators in C#. Hello guys, in this video I'm going to show you how to use if statement in C#. In addition, I will also show you what is a comparison operator and what is a logical operator. So let's get started. what I have in my code here is I have declared two integers, integer 1 and integer 2, and I'm telling or I'm asking the user to enter these two numbers as we have done in the last code. So we are saying console.write enter the first number, and this line will expect the user to enter the number. In the same way, we are telling the user to enter the second number. And on the basis of those two numbers, we want to show some message. If the number 1 is greater than number 2, or number 2 is greater than number 1. So what we can do is we can use if statement for that. And what is a if statement? If statement is nothing but a conditional statement which checks the condition. So let's see how we can use if statement in C#. To declare if statement, you just need if here, and then you need this here, these brackets here, and inside these brackets comes the condition. But here also you need to give these two curly braces in order to give complete the condition. So this will hold the condition, and this will in these brackets you will write the if the condition is true, whatever you want to do or whatever code you want to perform, if the condition is true, will come here. So these conditions can be logical, or these conditions can be comparison. So right now we want to use comparison operators to compare number 1 and number 2. So let's see what options we have to compare the two values. So we have something called comparison operator, and basically we have these 6 basic comparison operator, which is less than, greater than, less than and equal to, greater than and equal to, and equal to and not equal to. These are the 6 comparison operator we have. And notice that this equal to, whenever you use with this less than or greater than sign, this equal to comes always after this less than or greater than. It doesn't come before this greater than or less than. Okay, so let's use this greater than and less than comparison operator. So if num1 is less than num2, we want to show the message. And what message we want to show? We want to show the message that num1 is less than num2. Okay, so if number 1 is less than number 2, we are going to show this message: number 1 is less than number 2. And if the number 1 is greater than number 2, we can just copy this and paste it here, and we can say if number 1 is greater than number 2, then we can say greater than number 2. And now when we run the program, and the program asks us to enter two values, I will enter two values, 35 and 46 for example, and it says number 1 is less than number 2, which is true, right? Number 1 is 35 and number 2 is 46. Number 1 is less than 2. So what this code is doing, it's checking the condition. If the number 1 is less than number 2, then it prints this value. But in the second case, number 1, we have provided the condition number 1 is greater than 2, true, 2, and this condition was not satisfied. That's why this line was not printed. So if and only if the condition is satisfied, which is there in the bracket, then only the code inside these curly braces will be executed. Otherwise, this code will not be executed. Now, we have seen that we have entered two numbers, number 1 and number 2, and if this condition is true, obviously this condition will not be true. But your C# program is going to execute this also and check whether this is true or not. And this is slightly inefficient, because if this condition is true, why this code is executed if this condition is even not true? So what we can do here is we can use a statement like else statement with if. So when you write else statement with if, then what it will do is, first of all, let's see this else statement. Okay, so what this code is going to do here, else by the way doesn't take any condition, because it's the consequence. If this is not true, then what should happen, this else will come here. So if this is not true, this is true. If number 1 is less than number 2, then this condition will not be executed. Otherwise, if number 1 is less than number I'm sorry, if number 1 is greater than number 2, then this condition will be executed. Otherwise, this condition will not be executed if there is no need to perform this condition. So let's see what happens. Let's run the program, and this time we will provide number 1 will be greater than number 2, 36 for example. And now it says number 1 is greater than number 2, which is the else statement condition, which is this condition, right? So in this way you can perform this if else statement. There is one more condition called else if, which you can use it like this. So you can use else if number 1 equal to number 2, then we want to perform some, or when we want to print some message, for example. Okay, so what we can do is we can here print number 1 is equal to number 2. Okay, so this is if else condition, else if condition. So what is the sequence of program will be, first your program will check if this is true or not. If this condition is not true, then it will go to this condition and checks whether this condition is true or not, else it will throw this message, right? So let's try and run the program, and this time we will give two equal values, 34, 34, and this says number 1 is equal to number 2. So this sequence will be followed. First this condition will be checked, and if this condition is not true, then only will the program will go to this code, and if this condition is not true, then only this code is executed. So that's the use of else. If the condition is not true, then it will not be executed. Okay, now there is one more thing you can do in if condition, which are called logical operations. And there are mainly two kinds of logical operator. One is OR operator and one is AND operator. So OR operator will be used by writing these two pipe symbols, and AND operator will be used by writing these two AND symbol. Okay, and let's see how we can use them. So right now we have given this condition, if number 1 is less than number 2, then we want to print the value. But for example, we want to check whether number 1 is less than number 2 and what is number 1 is equal to 20, right? And we will write the message and num1 is 20. Okay, so we want to check whether number 1 is less than number 2, and we also want to check whether number 1 is equal to 20. Then only we want to print this message. So let's try and run the program. First of all, let's give number 1 is equal to 20, number 2 is equal to 13, and it says number 1 is greater than number 2, which is true, right? This condition is met here. Now in order to satisfy this condition, let's try and run the program once again. We will give 20 and we will give 36 and press enter, and now it says number 1 is less than number 2, which is true, and number 1 is 20, right? So when we use AND symbol, your program or this condition has to be true, and this condition also has to be true. So both conditions has to be true when we use this AND symbol. And if we write this pipe here, double pipe, then your program will check either this is true or this is true. Either one of the condition is true, then it will print this message. Okay, so here you can write OR and run the program, and once again we will write 34 45. Okay, and it shows the message number 1 is less than number 2, or number 1 is 20. So note that this condition is not satisfied here, but only this condition is satisfied. Then also it's showing this message. That means this symbol means either this is true or this is true. Okay, if any one condition is true, then this will be your program or your condition will be executed. Now there is two ways of using OR and AND. With these two pipes and with a single pipe also you can use this if conditions. But when you use this single pipe, what will happen is your program will come here and check this condition, and if this condition is even true, it will go to this condition to check if this condition is true or not. And if this condition is not true, then also it will go to this condition to check whether it's not true or not. So it will do its whole cycle. It will check this condition, and whatever condition you will give. And what these two pipe, when you give these two pipe, this what this will do is your program will come here, it will check this condition, and if it's true, it will not care about this condition, and it will directly come here and it will directly print this message. So using these two pipe symbol is more efficient, because if one condition is true, your message will be printed and this will not be executed, so it will save your time. If it will save your time if your program is time critical program, right? So same thing you can do it with these AND symbols also. You can use one symbol and the concept will be same. Okay, so in this way you can use if else conditions and logical operators and comparison operators in C sharp. Hello guys, welcome once again. In this video, I'm going to show you how you can use arrays in C sharp. So what is an array? Array is a collection of similar data type values which you can store in a single variable. So let's see how we can declare arrays in C sharp and how we can use them. So for example, you want to declare or you want to have a collection of numbers in a single variable. So for declaring the array, you can use int as a data type because we want a collection of integer values, and then give this square bracket in front of the array, and then you give the name of the array, for example my array, and then you initialize it like this, is equal to new int, and then you give the size of the array, whatever number of value you want to save in the array. For example, four values you want to save. So this is how you declare array. This is the data type, and this square bracket tells C sharp that it's an array. This is the name of the variable array, which contains int. We can see it from here, and we initialize this array with the value 4. So this means that this array will contain 4 values, or can be able to contain 4 values. Now to assign value to the array, what you can do is you can just copy your variable here and you can paste it, and in the square bracket the array, there is something called array index. So whatever you write here inside this square bracket is called the array index, and array index starts from a 0, right? So for example, I will write my array at index 0 is equal to some integer, for example 3. Okay, in the same way our array can contain 4 values, right? So I can just copy this and paste it 3 more times, and I can change it, this index, to 1, 2, 3. Because it starts from 0, so these are 4 values, 0, 1, 2, 3, and we can only save 4 values like this. You can also give any other number, for example 50, if you want to save 50 values, but for this example we are just using 4 values, and you can just change these values, for example 34, 37, 65. So in this way you can assign values to the array. So at the 0th index, this value will be placed. At the first index of the array, the value 34 will be placed. So in this way you can assign for every index a value. Now in order to print the array, or print the values in the array, or in order to access the values in the array, what you can do is you can access it by using console.write, and you can access it directly. So inside this bracket just use the name array and whatever index you want to access. For example, if you want to see the value at the index 1, so just you can give this square bracket and you can say I want to see this value at the index 1. So we are expecting the answer 34 because we want to access the index 1 of my array, right? I will run the program and let's see what's the answer. Yes, 34 is the answer, right? In a similar way, you can access this value at the second index, which is this one. It will show us 37. right? Now, what are the advantages of array? Advantages of array are whenever you want to store the collection of similar data type values, you can use array. Okay, so this data type can be double or float or string. So any built-in data type you can use with the array, right? So it can be initialized like this, string and string. So it will be an array of string values. So if you declare it like this, now you cannot assign these string arrays integer values. So you need to have something like double quotes, and then you can assign string values to string array, right? So just remember, if you declare a string array, you can only assign string value. If you declare int array or double array, you can only assign integer or double values, right? So advantage is you can store more than one values in an array. So if you have the collection of similar data, just save it. Now the disadvantage of the array is you cannot, if you have initialized the array with an index, you cannot assign the extra value to an array. For example, we have initialized our array with 4, so it can only contain 4 value. If you assign fifth value to the array, for example 4, and this can be anything, then once we try to run the program, it will show us the error or exception, not at the build time but at the runtime. So for example, I want to access this 4 and I will run it, and it will give us the error. Make sure that maximum index on the list is less than the list size. Okay, so it's giving us this error. So this is the disadvantage of using array. You cannot increase the length of the array if you have already initialized it. There are other method or other classes in C# which you can use, which works better than array, but for now just I want to demonstrate how you can use arrays in C#. That's why in this way you can use arrays. But in the further videos, in the later videos, I will show you the better ways of using the collection of similar data uh, in C#. Hello guys, in this video I'm going to show you how to use switch cases in C#. As we have seen, if statement, switch statement is also a conditional statement. So if any condition is true, the code related to that condition will be executed. So let's see how we can use switch cases. For the starting code, what I'm doing is I'm making this code for the students who got some marks, and on the basis of marks got by student, I want to show some messages. So what I'm doing is I'm just printing on the screen, please enter the student marks, and then what I'm doing is I'm taking the input from the user and I'm converting it to the int value by this int dot parse, and I'm saving it into this variable called marks. Now on the basis of user entered marks, I want to show some messages. So let's see how we can use switch statement to perform our task. The switch statement starts from the keyword switch and with this bracket, and in this bracket your condition comes. Now in our case our condition is marks. On the basis of marks we are going to print messages, right? Now after this brackets, you need to give these two curly brackets to open and close switch case statement, and inside these curly braces we write the cases which can be possible. So for example, case 90, if student get 90 marks, then I want to write on the screen or console dot write, and I will print this message on the screen. Excellent. Okay. Now after every switch case we can use an optional break. So I'll write break here. So this break, what this break does is, it whenever some condition is true, then this code is performed and it breaks out of the switch statement and it goes directly here and it performs the other code which is written after this switch statement. Okay, so in this way I will just copy this switch statement and paste it 3 more times, and if the student gets, for example, 60 marks, I will say very good, and if the student gets 30 marks, then I can write need improvement. Okay, so if the student will get the 90 marks, I will just show this excellent message. If the student gets 60 marks, I will show very good, and if the student gets 30 marks, I will show need improvement. And what this break does is, if the condition is true, it immediately print this message and it will break the switch cases. So break we can use to go out of these switch cases. Now for example, the user has entered some values which is not 90, 60 or 30. Then for dealing with such cases we use default. And what this default does is, it catches all the exception or all the values which are not in these conditions, which are not provided in these cases. Okay, so this is the default case for us, and in the default case I will just write, for example, I will just copy this, paste it here, and in the default case I will say please enter valid value. Okay, so in the default case, this is the default case, and in this default case, whatever which is not in this case is, whatever condition which is not followed in this case or this case or this case or any other case will fall into this default. Okay, so now let's try and run the code, and I will enter the student's marks, for example 90, and press enter. It shows me the message excellent, right? For example, I will enter the marks 60. It shows me very good, and as in the same way, when I will enter 30, it will give me need improvement. But let's see what happens when we enter some value which is not belonging to these cases. For example 75, and it says please enter the valid values. Okay, so any value which is not 90, 60 or 30 or whatever you enter in this cases, will not be followed, and it will directly go into this default case, and this message will be printed. And in here, in a similar way, you can write some function, or you can call some functions, you can perform some calculation, some code you can write. So it's not necessary that you should only print the value. You can perform some calculation, you can do some maths, you can call some functions. So anything which you would like, you can do it inside this switch cases. Now, for example, if you don't want to use break, it's also okay. But what will happen then is it will not break here, your program will not break here, but wherever it sees, or your switch case sees the first break, and whenever the condition is true, it will show this message. So for example, I will just remove this break and this message, and this break and this message. Then what do you think what will happen? In this case, because we don't have provided the break, and when you enter 90, it will directly show this message, which is need improvement, because it doesn't see break here, it doesn't see break here, and it will see that first break comes here, then it will just show need improvement. So this is a small thing which happens in switch statement. If it doesn't seize breakpoint, it goes to the next case. Now for example, I want to print the same message. I can write like this, whatever is the marks. Okay, so now I can write marks entered, and when I run the program, and for example I will enter 90, it says marks entered 90, which is this message, right? Because it jumps to the next case 60, and it sees here is no break. It jumps to 30, and it sees yes, here is a break, so I need to print this, right? So switch case works like this. It goes to the next case if the break is not provided. So in this way you can use switch cases in C#. Hello guys, welcome once again. In this video I'm going to show you how to use loops in C#, and I will start with a while loop, and in the next couple of video I will teach you how to use do while and for loop and some other formats of loop. So let's start with a loop. So what is a loop? A loop is a code or a piece of code which enables you to do a particular task again and again. Okay, so as the name suggests, it will loop through the statement or the task again and again until and unless your provided condition is not true. So let's see how we can use loop to print 10 numbers from 1 to 10. So what I have done is I have written this code to print the number. So I will ask the user to enter, please enter a number, and then whenever he enters the number using this read line, I will pass this number to the integer, and I will store this into this int variable, which is number. I've also declared a integer variable called int, and I have initialized it with, for example, 0. Okay, now let's see how we can declare a while loop. A while loop start with this keyword while, and then you give this with brackets, and then you give these curly braces. So in this brackets comes the condition, and inside these curly braces comes your statement or the task you want to perform. So I want to print 10 numbers, right? So what I can do is I can say while count is less than my number, which is this one, I want to print that number. So I will say number, and I will use this placeholder to show the number, and I will say no. Okay, and let's give this slash n to change the line. Okay, and this slash must be backslash, and now I will increase the value of count one by one. So I will say count plus plus. So this count plus plus will increase the value by one. So let's just run the code and let's see what happens, and I will explain you once again. Now I have run the code and it will ask me to enter a number. I will enter a number and I will press enter, and it repeats my print statement 10 times. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, right? So I'm printing this number 10 times. Now to make it more interesting, I will just change this number by this count, and I will start it once again, and I will just give 10 once again, and I will press enter, and now you can see it starts from 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and total these are 10 numbers, right? So now what this code is doing, first of all, user has entered a number, for example 10, and this count value is 0. Okay, so it goes to this while loop and it sees, okay, 0 is less than 10, so I will print this, and the value of count is 0, so I will print number is equal to 0, and I will increase the count by 1. So now the value in the count is 1, and then once again it will go to the while condition, and once again it sees 1 is less than 10, so it will print 1 here. Once again count will be increased by 1, so its value is 2. It goes here. 2 is less than 10, it performs this code. Then 3 is less than 10, 4 is less than 10, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and it, as soon as it sees that the count is 10, this code will not be performed. Okay, so it will go up to 9 because 9 is less than 10, and when the value of count is 10, 10 is not less than 10, so it will not print this 10 here. So in this way you can loop around a statement, and you can perform a certain statement or a certain piece of code again and again to print this value or to perform some task until and unless your condition is true. Okay, so while this condition is true, you can perform this code, otherwise it will go out of the code. Okay, now as we have seen in the last video, you can use break to break a loop or a statement. So you can write break, and you can just do it like this, and what this break does is it will break the loop, and for the first time whenever your code sees this break in the loop, it will just go out of the loop, right? For example, I will just run the code once again, and I will give 10 input once again, and you can see here it only printed 0. Why it printed 0? Because once again the number value is 10, count is 0, it will go here, it will perform your code, it will print number is equal to 0, it will increase the count, but it sees there is a break here, so it doesn't go around the loop, but it goes out of the loop when it sees this break. So this use of break is also important in some conditions whenever you need to go out of the loop without performing the whole condition. So just remember that. Hello guys, welcome once again. In the last video I have shown you how to use while loop in C Sharp. Now in this video I'm going to show you how to use do while loop in C Sharp. So first of all, what is a difference between while loop and do while loop? The basic difference between while loop and do while loop is a while loop first checks the condition and then performs the code. But the do while loop first performs the code and then checks the condition. So let me give you an example. I'm going to just use the example I have used last time to print 10 values, and I've also shown you how to print 10 values using this while loop, right? So while this count was less than whatever we entered as a number, for example 10, it was printing the values, right? And for example I will just increase this count to 10. So now I have initialized this count variable with 10. Then what happens is I will run the code, and for example I enter the number 9 and press enter, and you see nothing happens because our condition is not true. 10 is not less than 9 which we have entered. So our code is not executed, right? Now let me just rewrite this code using do while loop. Okay, so let's see. A do while declaration is like this. You first write do, and then you give this two curly braces, and then what you do here is you write while and your condition and this semicolon. Okay, this is the basic structure of do while loop, and I will just give the same condition here in the while loop. So I have the condition count is less than this number, and I have the same statement which I was performing last time. And once again let's see what happens. Now to differentiate this print message, I will write here while, and I will write here do while. So we will know that which message is printed, this one or this one. Now let's run the program once again. Once again we will give the value 9, which will be less than 10. So I will give 9 and press enter, and you see here the message printed do while number 10, right? So this message is printed, this one do while message, and while message is not printed. So this means that while loop first of all checks the condition and then execute your code, and do while loop first execute your code. So it will just, because there is no condition initially, right? It says do, so you do this, and then it sees, okay, this is the condition. If this condition is true, I'm going to go to do once again and print this. Now let's give the valid conditions for to both of them. Okay, so I will just run the code, and I will give 10, and I will enter this once again, and it says while 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10, and it says do while is equal to 10. Okay, so you see why this is happening, because because this variable and this variable is same, right? So this has already increased to 10, and at the time of reaching this code, this value is already 10, right? So this code will be performed and it sees that 10 is not less than 10, it's equal to 10, right? So it will not repeat it once again. But when you declare another variable, you can call it count1 and just copy it and paste it with this do while loop. What it will do is, I will just run the code once again and I will press 10 and press enter, and you can see it has printed in the while loop also while 0 to 9, and in the do while loop also 0 to 9, same values, right? But the basic difference is do while loop performs the code first, or perform the statement first, and then checks the condition, and if the condition is true, it goes to the statement once again, and if the condition is true, it goes to the statement once again. And on the other hand, the while loop checks the condition first and then performs your statement. So I hope you have understood the basic difference between do and do while loop. Not do and do while loop, but while and do while loop. Hello guys, welcome once again. In this video, I'm going to show you how to use for loop and for each loop in C#. So as I have already taught you in the last two videos, that a loop is a piece of code by which you can iterate or perform some statement in a loop again and again. So for loop is also just for the same purpose. So let's see how we can use, first of all, for loop in C++. Let's see the basic format of for loop. So for loop is declared like this. You start with a keyword called for, and then you initialize these brackets, and inside these brackets you pass three arguments. First is the initialization value, and then it will be separated by the semicolon. Second argument is the condition which you want to met, and the third argument is the increment or decrement, whatever you want to do in the loop. And inside these curly braces you perform your statement. So let's do the same in our code. For example, I will declare a for loop for, and in these brackets I will just declare my condition. So I will say int a is equal to 0 semicolon, a is less than 10 semicolon, and a plus plus. Okay, so this is my initialization. I'm initializing an integer variable with 0, so this is called initialization. And the second argument is the condition. So I'm checking whether my value of a is less than 10, and then third argument is the increment. So I'm increasing the value of a by 1. Let's add these two semicolons, and in here I want to print the value of a if it's less than 10. Okay, so I will just print the value of a. I will just write console dot write line, and in the bracket I will just say value of a is, in this placeholder I will pass the value of a. Okay, so let's try and run this program. And what this program did is it just printed the value of a from 0 to 9, which are 10 values, right? And what happened here, our code will start from here, and it will initialize a with 0, and it will check the condition whether a is less than 10 or not, and then it will go here and it will print value of a is equal to 0, and once again it will increase the value of a by 1. Now value of a is 1, and which is less than 10, it will print value of a 1, increase the value of a plus 1, which is a is equal to 2. Once again it will check the condition which is less than 10, it will print it, and it will keep on looping until and unless your condition is met, which is a is less than 10. As soon as a become 10, this condition will not be true and our program will go out of the loop, right? So in this way you can use for loop. Now how to use for each loop? This is also a loop which we can use to iterate values. So let's see how we can use for each loop. So first of all, let's see what is the basic format of for each loop. So for each loop is declared like this. It has an initial statement which is a keyword for each, and in this bracket you have this collection, and you will iterate this collection as a value one by one. So this value will iterate through this collection, sorry, and then this value can be used inside this loop to print it or to perform some code or algorithm inside this for loop. So let's see how we can use it in our code. I will delete this program for now, and now let's see for each. For this example, I will take the collection, or I will take an array of names. So I will declare it like this. I will declare a string array with a variable name array, and I will initialize this string by value 5, so it can hold 5 values, right? And I will just initialize this array with some names. So name 0 is this name, name 1 is this, and until name 4, which is a fifth value, and I will assign this. And for example, I want to print all these values using for each loop. How can I do this? So what I can do is I will use for each loop for each, and I will give this brackets, and in here I can declare my variable which will hold each name. So I will declare this as a name itself. This can be anything, this name can be anything, but in is constant. You need to use in between your holder or placeholder and your collection, which is array, right? This is our collection. So this array will contain the collection of values like this, okay? And this variable will access this collection one by one. So I will just declare this curly braces, and then what I will do is I will iterate through this array. But first of all, I need to give a type to this name variable. Because we have this array as a string, we need to initialize this name as a string also. String. Okay. So this name will contain one name at a time from this array. Now we want to print this. So I can say console.writeLine, and inside this bracket I can say hello plus whatever name, which is this one. So what this code will do is it will iterate through this array one by one. So first of all, let's try and run the program and let's see what it does. So what this code does is it will iterate iterate one by one from array. So first it will say hello first name, which is Steven, and then it will say hello second name, which is Clark, and like that all the name it will iterate. So what it's doing is it will go here and it will see what is the first value in the array, and it will pass this value in this variable, and then it will print this value here, hello Steven, and once again it will go here and it will go to the second value, which is Clark, and it will go to this code and it will print it hello Clark, and once again it will keep on looping until and unless our last value is printed. So what is the basic difference between for loop and for each loop? In for loop, you need to define the index, right? So for example, we see these two conditions here. You need to define initial value, the condition which is which will iterate through your index until this condition will met, and you need to increment. Okay, so let's see in this code here. I will once again write that for loop for you, which we have just used, and in here we need to know the index, right? So we need to iterate through 10 values, for example. Now for example, you want to iterate through this string using this for loop. How can you do it? What you can do is you can use this array. So just take this variable array and you can just print this array like this. In the square brackets, you just pass this a, which is a integer which is starting from 0, and until and unless 10 comes, it will keep on increasing. So it will go through array 0, array 1, array 2, array 3, array 4. But as soon as it goes to array 5, which is not declared, or which is not the size of this array, which is greater than the size of this array, it will give you an exception. So now for example, I will run the program, and as soon as I print this, it must give the exception like this. You see here, it's showing troubleshooting tips. Make sure that the maximum index of the list is less than the size, right? So whenever you are using for loop, you need to think about the index of the collection you are using. If you are using this string array which have the index of 5, you cannot go and loop through this array and give 10 as an index, right? If you use here 5, it will work fine. I'll run the program and you see it's working, and we are waiting and no exception occurs, right? So whenever you use this for loop, you need to know the index correctly, and whenever you use this for each loop, you don't need to know the index of this array. You can just iterate through the collection or this array one by one until and unless the end of the array reaches. So for example, I will increase this array by 1. Okay, and this can be some more name, and I will change the index by 1, right? 6, and this will be 5. So here you don't need to change anything in this for loop, even if you increase the index or decrease the index. But here you need to change this value of loop which is the maximum value your loop will expect, or your loop will iterate. So like this, and I will run the program and it will work fine. Okay. So just whenever you want to iterate through a collection or an array or an hash values, you need for each loop. Okay. And whenever you need to use index and you know the index and you want to iterate on the basis of your index, you use for loop. So I hope you understood this basic concept of for and for each loop. Hello guys, in this video I'm going to show you how to declare and use methods in C#. In other languages, methods are also called functions. So functions and methods are used interchangeably in programming, but in C# we call them a method. So what is a method? A method is a group of statements that performs a particular task. So for example, you want to execute, or you want to execute the sum of two numbers again and again. You can encapsulate the code for summing two numbers in a function and then call it into your main function. So every C# project, I think I have already told you that every C# project have at least one method, and that is called this main method. So main is also a method, and this is the main entry point of your C# program. Now, how to define a method in C# and what is the structure of a method? So let's see what is the structure of a method. A method has access specifier, and then it has return type. Then you write the name of the method, and then in the brackets you can pass some parameters, and inside these curly braces you write the method body or the code. So as we see this, and once again we go to our code and we see this main method, it has this is called static specifier. We can add access specifier called public specifier. So this is called access specifier, and this can be of different type like public, private, protected, but that we will talk later when we discuss classes and all. But just remember that when you use public specifier, you can use this method in other classes also. Okay, and this is called static specifier, and I will give you an example. And this is called the return type, and right now this main method is not returning anything. That's why it's void, but you can return integers, strings, or any class which you defined. Okay, and in this bracket comes the parameter. So let's declare a method and then use it. So first of all, I will give a access specifier which is public, and then I will give the return type. For now I will use void for this example, and I want to sum two numbers. Okay, so I will write sum. My method name is sum. Okay, and then I will give these two curly braces, and in here I will define my method. So what I will do is I will define two integers. One is number 1 is equal to 364, and number 2 which is equal to 234, for example. Okay, so we have two numbers which we have initialized, and what we want to do is we want to show the sum of these two numbers. Okay, so I will declare a third variable which is a int, and I will call it add, and I will say add is equal to number 1 plus number 2. Okay, and now I want to print this number by console write line. So I will write console.writeLine, and in the bracket addition, and in this placeholder I will pass this addition of these two numbers. So this is how you can declare a method, right? And method has also argument, which I will talk in the next video, and return type, that also I will talk in the next video. But this is the simplest method you can imagine. Now how to use this method in the main method? What you need to do is, whenever you want to call a method in C#, you want to create an object or an instance of this class in which you are writing the method. Okay, so right now, as you can see here, we have a class called example1, and we are writing our code inside this class example1, which means that this method is a member function of this class. So whenever you want to use this method, what you need to do is you just need to copy this class, and you need to create an instance or object of this class. So just copy and paste it here, and then give it a variable name. For example, I will give it E1 object, okay, and is equal to a new object, because we are creating a new object of this class. Okay, so this code, what this does is it creates a instance of this example1 class. Okay, and because the sum is the member of this example1, we can use dot separator to call it. So just copy this object and just write dot and just call this sum method. You can see we are using IntelliSense. So IntelliSense shows that there is a method in our example class which is called sum. So it detects it, and we can just call this method. Now when we run the program, it will show us the sum of 364 and 235. So let's see. Yes, it's giving the addition of the two numbers. Okay, so in this way you can call methods in your main function. You can call this method more than once also. For example, 3 times. I'm calling it this method 3 times. Okay, method is useful whenever you need to call the same code again and again, which is more than once. And I will run this code, and it's showing me the same result 3 times without writing the whole code again and again. You are just calling this method. So this is the usage of method. You just write a code which you want to use repeatedly, and you can use it with this one line only. Okay, now I have shown you, I have already discussed, there is something called static specifier, and what this static specifier does is, let's use this static specifier. I will delete two other line of code, but I will use this, and I will just copy the static specifier, and I will add before my void, which is return type, right? So I have now public, which is access specifier, static, which is a static specifier, this is a return type, and this is a function. And you may have noticed that as soon as I have used this static specifier here, this code is giving me an error. because whenever you use a static keyword before a function, then it becomes a static member, and you cannot call it with an instance of a class, but you can call it directly. How you can call it? I will just comment these two lines, and what I will do is I will just copy the class once again here, and you can call it directly. Example, which is example one, which is the name of a class, dot the method name, which is sum in our case, right? And just give this. So whenever you use the static keyword, you don't need to create an instance of this class. You can call it directly using this dot separator and your class. And whenever you run your program, it will run fine. So this is the difference between using static and not using static. Now, instance, when these instances are important, we will learn when we learn how to use classes, because this instance concept is very important concept in classes, right? So this is how you can use method in C sharp. This is a very basic declaration. In the next video, I will show you how to pass parameters in methods and how to return value in method. Okay. Hello guys, welcome once again. In the last video, I have shown you how to declare a method in C sharp and how to use this method in C sharp. Now in this video, I'm going to show you how you can pass parameters in the methods and how to return values using methods. So if you have followed last video, I have shown you how to declare this method, which was returning nothing. So we have the return type void, and it has no parameters, and parameters goes inside these two brackets. Okay. So now suppose a user want to enter the values, and on the basis of those two values, he want to get the addition. Okay. So let's make this program a little more interactive. What I'm going to do is I'm going to pass two parameters in this sum. So I will pass two integer, which is no1 and int no2. So this is called parameter passing, okay, or these are called parameters in the method. So we have declared two parameters in this method definition. Okay. Now in addition, we want that this sum will give us the addition, and it will not print this here, but it will return something to us, and which is the addition. So I will just delete this line because we have already declared these two parameters here. And what we want to do is we want to return this addition. Okay. And as soon as we return something, we need to give this return type here. Okay. So this is called the return type. If you are returning something, in our case we are returning integer, that's why I have written here integer. And these are called parameters, and we are using two parameters right now, but you can pass multiple parameter, 3, 4, or any number of parameters in a function. Okay. This is return and these are parameters. Okay. Now for example, I want that user should enter these two number, and then addition is shown to him. So what I will do here is I will declare two integers, int num1 is equal to 0, comma num2 is equal to 0. Okay. And I want that user should pass them. So I will just write these two lines, And I think you know this, that this console.write will print this, enter a first number, and then this console.read line takes the input, and then this convert.toInt32 will convert this line to an integer and pass it to this integer. This all I have shown you in the previous video, so there is nothing complicated here, right? I'm just asking the user that he should enter two numbers. And now what I want to do is I want that these two numbers are passed to the sum function, because this sum function can take two parameters. So I will pass these two integers, number 1 comma number 2. So I have passed two integers, right? And I want to show the sum to the user. So I will just copy this line which I was earlier using inside the function, and I will paste it here. Okay. So what you can do is you can either use this function directly here and this will show the result, or you can just say int add is equal to this e1, which is an instance of class example1, which is my class here, if you can see here, right? And because it is returning the sum of these two numbers, we can store this sum inside this integer, right? Because what it will do, it will take these two numbers, it will add these numbers, and it will return this addition to this, and this addition can be stored inside this other integer, and we can print this. Now I will run the program once again, and now we can just give two numbers, 234, second number 500, and we have the sum of these two numbers, right? And now this program has become little bit interactive, that user can enter these two values, and whatever the values user has entered, the result is shown accordingly. Okay, and then you can use the sum method multiple times in your main method whenever you need this sum. Okay, so this is how you pass parameters and how you can return value in C sharp. So this parameter passing is called pass by value. Now in the next video I will show you how to pass by value and how to pass by reference in C sharp, and I will also show you if you want to output or if you want to return more than one value, how can you return multiple values in C sharp in a function. Okay. Hello guys, welcome once again. In the last video I have shown you how to pass parameters to your methods and how to return values. Now in this video I'm going to show you how to pass parameters by reference and how to pass parameters by output. And in addition I will also show you how to pass arrays to your methods by using the keyword params. So let's get started. Till now we have seen that how we can pass the parameters to the method by value. Now for example I have a simple method which is public static void my function, and I'm passing an integer to this method, and I'm just assigning a value of 10 to this integer, which is my parameter. Okay. Now I'm calling this function here. So what I'm doing is I'm just declaring another integer y in my main function, and I assign this integer variable a value of 0, and I will pass this integer to my function, which is this here, this parameter. I'm passing it as y, and I want to see what is the value of y now. So I will just print this by using console.writeLine. So what do you think will be the value of y, or what will be the printed value here? Will it be 10? Because what we are doing is we are passing this integer here, and now the whatever integer we pass, we assign the value of 10 to this integer. Or will it be 0, because it's initialized as 0, y is initialized as 0. So let's see by running our program what is the output, and the output is 0. Okay, so now what is the meaning of this? The meaning of this is, because we are passing by values, so whenever you pass any parameters to your function by value, it will just copy the value here, and then so whenever you pass this y to here, it's a copy of y, okay, and not its address. So whenever you pass the copy of y here, and this y will now be x, and x is equal to 10, but this value will remain the same, because it's this y is a copy and not the actual address which we are passing. So another way of passing a parameter to a method is pass by reference. And the pass by reference means we are passing the memory location of a variable in a method, right? So let's see how we can use reference here. We just need to give this keyword ref here, and now you are telling your method that take the reference or the address of the variable which you pass here, and then assign to that as address the value of 10. So it's not a copy. We are just taking the address and assigning the new value to the address, and we are not just copying the value to the copy, right? So as you can see, it's showing you the error here, but when you use the keyword here, this reference in front of y, this error will go. Okay, and earlier our result was 0, but now see what happens. I will run the program, and now the value is 10. So by passing by reference, you are passing the address of your variable. So whatever is the value is assigned to this will be directly assigned to the address of the variable you are passing. And if you don't use this reference, you are passing by value, and it's just a copy you are assigning to your variable, and it will not be assigned to the address of that variable. So this is passing by reference. Now let's assume that, for example, I have a function, and this function name is my calc, which is my calculation. And what we want to do is we want to take the sum, and we want to take the product, and we want to print it. Okay, so I will declare two variables, int x and int y, and I will declare here another integer which is add, and which is the addition of x and y, so x plus y, and I want to return this. Okay, so I will say return add, right? And here it will be returning integer, so I will return here int. I will remove this, and so I will also declare two variables here, z and let's say a, or let's say a is equal to 45 comma b is equal to 67. Okay, and I pass this a and b here, a comma b. Okay, and this method name is changed now, so it's my calc, and we will comment this out. And here comes the comma, and this will go. So what this will do, you already know from the last videos, that this will add these two numbers and it will return the addition of these two numbers, and you can just print the addition here, right, like this, and addition will be printed. So addition is 112 for 45 and 67. Now suppose you want the addition of two numbers and the product of two numbers, or the subtraction of two numbers. You can only return one value by using this return type, right? But how you can manage if you want two results from a method, for example addition and a product? There is a keyword called out, from which you can access two output from a function. So let's see how we can use this out parameter. So in here what I'm going to do is I will declare two more parameter, or I will pass two more parameter, and I will say the third parameter is int sum, and the fourth parameter is int prod, for product, right? And then I will say sum is equal to x plus y, and product is equal to x multiplied by y. Okay, and now I don't want to return anything, because whenever you want to return two value, you can use the keyword out here. So use keyword out here and keyword out here. Okay, and now what this is doing is, let me change the return type, because we are not returning anything, so we will write void here. Okay, so now what this method is doing is, we are passing two parameters here, and what it does is it will take the addition of these two numbers and save it into this third variable, and take the product of these two numbers and save it into this product variable. And because of this out parameter or out keyword, this method knows that this is the output we are expecting. Okay, so whenever you add the out keyword here, it will source your method will store the values inside these parameters, and you can access these parameters in the main function. Okay, so let's see how we can access these two parameters. So now our function has four parameters, right? So we have first and second, number one and number two, and we want int some parameter, which I will initialize as 0, and int product parameter, which also I initialize by 0. Okay, and we are passing a and b as a number, so we are already passing a and b, and these sum and product we can pass it here as a third variable and as a fourth variable. So now whatever is the multiplication of your two numbers will be stored here and here, right? And you just need to use out keyword here also while calling this function. Okay, and this error is gone. So what we are doing here, we are passing these two numbers a and b, and we are summing those two numbers, save it into this variable sum and pass it here as a third parameter, and we can access this sum parameter by another variable sum, and now this value is stored here. And it's same with the product. We are calculating the product, saving it here, and we are accessing it with our product variable. Now for example, I want to show the result, so I can say sum is equal to a placeholder which is 0, and product is equal to placeholder which will be 1, and sum will pass as a first argument here and product as second. Okay, so now we can output two parameter at the same time, and now when we run this program, it shows the sum of these two numbers is this and product of these two numbers is this. So whenever you want to output more than one value from a method, you can use this keyword out, and you can store those values in those parameters which you initialize with this out keyword. And while calling, just use this out once again, and you need one more parameter to access that value from your method. So you need each parameter here, and now this value is stored here, and you can access it while you can print it or you can use it into your code. Now how you can pass an array to your method, that's next. So to pass an array to a method, let's delete all this code here, and let's delete all this code here also, and let's delete all the parameters here, and let's say this method is our array method. Okay, and we want to pass array to this method, right? So you can pass array like this. For example, you want to pass an array of string, so you can write string and this two square brackets, and for example you can name it as names. Okay, and what you want to do is, for example, you want to print all these names. So I can use for each loop, which I have already discussed earlier in the last videos, and I can print these. So I can say by these curly braces, I can say string name in names, and I can print it like console dot write line, and I can print this name here. Okay, and suppose I want to show the size of the array also, so I can write console dot write line, and I can say array size is equal to, and in placeholder we can pass this So like this, names dot length. So this names dot length will return the length of your array, which is the number of element in the array. Now whenever you want to pass an array to this method, you can do it like this, and there is a keyword called params, which will help you to pass arrays to the method efficiently. So let's say that we are not using params right now, and we are just passing it like this. Okay, so I will declare an array here first of all. So I have the array, which is my array, and I have 4 parameters or 4 values inside my array, and the values are for 0th index name 1, for 1 name 2, name 3, and name 4. Okay, and I want to pass this array here. So for example, I don't want to pass anything to my method, and I will just use it like this. This is showing me the error, right, or this squiggly line, and this means that I have to pass an array to this method. But whenever you use params keyword here, so you have added params keyword here, you can see here this squiggly line or error is gone, and you can even run your program and it shows array size 0 because you are not passing any array here, so array size is 0, and it's not even showing any error, and it's not printing any names because you haven't passed anything, but it's not showing any error, right? So by using params, you can pass your array efficiently, and it will, if you even not pass any argument here or any parameter here, it will not show the error. Now suppose we pass this array here, which is my array, then when you run the program, it will print the names, which is name 1, 2, 3, and 4. It will also show the array size, which is 4. So we are printing just the same, right? So by using this keyword, you can pass array efficiently to your method. Now there is one more way you can pass parameters to this array, or you can pass a list of array to this method like this. So you can pass first name, for example n1, like this, second name n2 inside this here, and third parameter n3, for example. And whenever you pass this, because of you are using this param keyword here, it will take these 3 params as a list of array. So this is the value at index 1, value at index 0, 1, and 2. And when you run the program, it will run fine, and it will even print your names, and it will even print the size of the array. So you can pass your collection like this also whenever you use this params. Okay. Now there are some rules of using params as a parameter in a method. Okay. So what is the rule? You can only declare other parameter, for example int x, before this parameter. So this parameter should be the last parameter in the method. Okay, so you cannot do it like this. This is allowed, but if you want to do it like this, you want to pass parameter after your parameter, this will not work, and this is not allowed. Okay, so this is the first rule. And the second rule is you cannot pass two params in the same method. So suppose you want to pass this one param and second param like this, which is with some other parameter name, it's not allowed. You can only pass one parameter in a method. These are the two rules you can say of using param keyword. So in this way you can use reference parameters, output parameters, and the parameters with keyword param, and you can pass array using this in C#. Hello guys, welcome once again. In this video I'm going to show you what is method overloading and how we can overload a method in C#. So for example, I have this program here, and I already told you how to create a method in C#. So I have this method which is adding two integers here. But suppose tomorrow somebody wants the addition of two floats or two double values also. How you can use the same function to add two double values, or for instance you want to add two string, because you know that this plus symbol concatenates two strings, right? So you can add two strings also, and somebody wants that by the same function name you want to add two strings. So how you can do that with the same function name? You can use function of method overloading for this. So what is method overloading? So I have this function for adding two integer. So suppose I want to add two double numbers or double values, then I can just copy this method, and I will just go down and I will paste it here. And instead of adding two numbers, now I will use two doubles. So I will write double, and here every place where I have used integer I will just replace it with double. And this method and this method you can use to add two integers and two double values, and this will not give you any error, because whenever you use the sum in the main method, your initialization will decide whether you are using this sum or this sum method. So let's take an example. So suppose I want to add two integers and two double values, and I want to print them. What I can do is I can just write this kind of code, that console read or write line sum of two ints, and in the placeholder you can call this method called sum, and depending upon the initialization you can give, you see here you have two options. The double, it's returning double and it's taking two double values, which is one of two, and the second is it's taking two integer and a returning integer. For example, we are using or we are initializing it with two integers, for example 45 and 64. Okay, so this method now automatically detects by the initialization that you are going to use this method. Similarly, for example, I want to add two double values. What I can do is 45.45, 64.64, for example, and these are two double values. So for your from your initialization, C# recognizes that this is the method which is adding two double values. When you hover over this, you can see here this is showing double values and returning double, and when you hover over here, it's showing it can take two ints and it will return integer. And so whenever you run this program, it will work fine. First is adding two integers and second is adding two double values, right? So by using function overloading, you can use the same method name. Sorry, I'm using function and method interchangeably because these function and method are same. In some languages method are called function, and in some languages, yeah, method are called method. So whenever I say method, it's function, and when I say function, it's a method. So don't confuse on that. So method overloading allows you to use same function name, but on the basis of initialization, your C# code will decide that whether you are using this integer addition or you are adding two double values. Okay, suppose you want to add two string, you can do it in the same manner. I will just copy this function, paste it here, and instead of double I can say string, and I will replace this double by string at every place, and this function will add two strings. Let's see how. I will just copy this and paste it here, and I will just give two strings here. For example, hello YouTube. So this, from this initialization, your code will recognize that this is string initialization. So this will go to this function and add two strings. Once again, when you run the program, it will run fine. First will add two integers, second will add two double values, and third will add two string values. So in this way, you can use function overloading in C# to perform a same logic on different kind of values with a same name. Okay. Hello guys, welcome once again. In this video, I will teach you what is a class and how you can declare classes and how you can use classes in C#. So first of all, what is a class? A class is a collection of related data and method which performs some task. For example, you can create a class of book and you can perform the task like print book, or you can have the variable in that class like book ID, book author, or book name. And other example can be you can create a class to know the volume of a box. You can declare length, breadth, and width of the box, and you can calculate the volume of the box using a class. So a class contains a function of related data, right? So when you use these classes, it helps you to visualize the complex problem efficiently and effectively. So let's see how we can declare classes in C# and how we can use them. So for example, we have been seeing this code from the starting, and this is also a class which has the keyword class, and we have the class name example1, and we have the main method inside the class, which is a public method. Okay, so for creating a class, you can just give the name class, which is a class keyword which recognizes that it's a class, and then you give the name of the class. So name of the class, generally just take it as a convention, start with a capital letter. So for example, I have a class called box, and then class will start with and end with these curly braces. Okay, and whatever you write inside these classes is the member functions or member methods and member variables of this box class. Okay, so let's declare the member variables in class. So member variable you can declare with access specifier. Access specifier can be of three types: public, private, and protected. For now we are using public, and public means you can use the members of the class in other classes also. Okay, so let's declare a public variable. I will write public double height comma length comma width. Okay, so I have declared three variables which are public. This is called the access specifier, and we have made this public access specifier, and we have three variables: length, height, and width, or we can say length, length, breadth, and height. Okay, and these are the three variables we have declared. And suppose we want to calculate the volume of this box, so we can declare a member method of the class like this. You can start the member method like method declaration we have discussed earlier in the previous videos. You have access specifier, which is public, and then you have the return type. For example, this is returning double. Okay, and then you have the name of the method, which is volume. Okay, and then you have these curly braces where you can write the code, right? And let's say this method takes three parameters: double length comma double breadth and double height. Okay, so now we can calculate volume of this box by returning length, or in bracket we can write length multiplied by breadth multiplied by height. Okay, so this will give you the volume of this box. Okay, now these are the member variables and these are the member functions. Now how can you use this class in your main method, which is in other class, which is the main class which we are using? And here we have the main function, and we want to call this class inside our main function. How we can do it? This also, I think you just need to give the name of the class, which is box, and then you give the instance or object of the class. Instance and object are used interchangeably, so they are the same thing. Okay, so for example, I declare box1 is equal to new box. Okay, so this I have created the instance of the class. And how we can use it? You can just copy this box variable, and you can assign, for example, you want to assign the value of length, breadth, and height. What you can do is you just use box1 dot length is equal to 45, for example. In the same way, box1 dot breadth is equal to 10, and box1 dot height is equal to 20. Okay, this is how you can initialize values in the box classes. So this L, B, and H belongs to this box class, right? And whenever you give this dot, by IntelliSense you can see all the members of the class: breadth, height, and length. and you can also see this volume function you have created here, right? Now you want to calculate the volume, right? So what we can do is we can write console, sorry, console dot write line, and you can say volume of box 1 is, and in the placeholder you can write 0, and you can call this function, which you need to first take the instance of this class, right? So just take box1 dot volume, and it recognizes this automatically. Okay, so this volume is this volume, and we are calling this function from this box instance we have created. Now we can pass length, comma, breadth, comma, height. Okay, and this will return the volume of the box 1. I will run this program, and it says this has error because I haven't given the semicolon here. So I will give the semicolon, and now I will run the program, and you can see the volume of the box is this, right? But generally it's for example, whenever you already assign these values to your length, breadth and height, so you don't even need these parameters, right? What you can do is you can use these parameters to calculate the volume of your box, right? So how you can do it? We have the same variable length, breadth and height, and we are calling the same variable here, length, breadth and height. So you don't even need to give the parameter here. And to recognize that this is let's say I was taking these parameters. So to recognize that this L is this L or this L is this L, we need to use a keyword called this. Okay, so otherwise this will not, you will not be able to recognize it. It is little bit confusing that what this L is. This L is this one or this L is this one, right? So whenever you use this keyword, this dot your length, this indicates that this is a member of the class. This is indirectly pointing to the class. And now you can definitely say that this dot L is the member variable of the class and not this one. Okay. So just always try to use this keyword whenever you use member variables in your member method. This dot breadth and this dot height. Okay. And now you don't even need to give the parameters. Your volume will be calculated using these parameters, okay, because you have initialized these parameters like this. And once again, when you run the program, it will give you the same result. Now you can create multiple instances of the class. So this is the one instance of a class. Now suppose you want to calculate the volume of the box 2. What you can do is just copy it, this code, and paste it down. So, and you need to give the different name. This will be box 2, and I will just change this instance of box 1 by box 2. Okay, now you have the box 2 instance, and here you can provide some other length, breadth and height. So it's not that you can only create one instance of a class. You can create multiple instances of a class, and each instance of a class will have its own member variable and its own member function. So this instance also have its own length, breadth and height, and this instance box2 also have this length, breadth and height and volume. Okay, and now when you run the program, it will give you the result for both boxes, box 1 and box 2. Here should be box 2, so it will give you a clear picture. So it will give you the volume of box 1 and box 2. So you can create the instance of class to calculate different different volumes of the boxes, right? So this is one example how you can declare a class, what is this access modifier, and how you can use classes in your main method, right? I hope you have understood the main basic concept of classes. In the next video also, I will continue with classes and I will tell you something more about classes. Hello guys, in this video I'm going to teach you about constructors and destructors in C Sharp. And I'm also going to show you how you can define constructors and destructors and what is the purpose of constructors and destructors in C Sharp. So what is a constructor? A constructor is a special method in the class which we use to instantiate some values or instantiate some method. Let's see what uh, I mean by instantiation or uh, initialization. Okay. First of all, whenever you declare a class, C Sharp will create a constructor and destructor for you even if you don't define a constructor and destructor by yourself. So for example, we have defined this class in the last video. This is a box class which has the member variable length, breadth, height, lbh, and the volume it has the member method volume, and we were calculating the volume and we were using the instance of this class to calculate the volume, right? So this class we have written last time. So this class also has a constructor and destructor which is created by C Sharp internally for you even if you haven't defined any constructor and destructor. And the biggest or the important property of constructor is it has the same name as your class name. Okay, so how you can define a constructor? Just give a access specifier, for example public, it should be public, and then the name of the class. Our name of the class is box, you see here. So constructor has always the same name as your class name, and just remember that constructor don't return anything. Your method return the values, and even if they don't return the value, they return null or nothing, and we will add here in returning value as void if they don't return anything. But the constructor never returns anything. Okay, so just remember that. But they can take parameters. So for taking parameters, you can pass those parameters inside these brackets, and you can also write some code inside the constructor in between these two curly braces. Okay, now I already told you that constructors are initialized automatically whenever you create an instance of a class. So to see this, let's see an example. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I will say console dot write line, and I will say in this double quote, the constructor is initialized. Okay. Now, even if I am not using this constructor in my class here, I have just defined this object of this class. Okay. So I haven't called this constructor specifically, right? But whenever you run your program, whenever you create even an object of the class, so let's try and comment this code first. Okay, so you will better understand. Okay, so now we only have the object definition box, and box 1 is equal to new box. So we have created an instance of a class, and whenever you create an instance of a class, constructor is automatically called. So just when I run this program, you will see this message, the constructor is initialized, right? So at the time of making the object, this is automatically called. Okay, now let's see the definition of destructor. Destructor is also created if you don't create a destructor by yourself. C# will create a destructor for you, and destructors are also having the same name as your class name. Okay, so let's see how we can define destructor. You just need the tilde sign. Just search for this tilde sign here. It's on above your tab button. Okay, and then the same name of the class, which is box, and then just the parameter brackets, and then these semicolons. Okay, so this is your destructor, and destructor is also called whenever your object goes out of scope. So you created your object, and in the next line your object has gone out of scope because you are not using this object anymore anywhere else in your code. So destructor is called automatically when your object goes out of scope. Okay, so let's try to see this behavior also. I will just copy this console.writeLine, and I will say uh, the destructor is called, and when I run the program, you see here it's initialized, and it's not showing any message of the destructor. Why? Because you have this console.readLine code, and this is holding this destructor to not to be called, and unless and until this is there, your object will not go out of context. So let me just comment this line, console.readLine, read key, and we just only have the definition of this object, which is box1 is equal to new box, right? Now I will press Control F5 to run my program. So just run your program with Control F5. Okay, and now you will see here the constructor is initialized, and when your object or instance goes out of the scope, that means it, as soon as it reaches here the end of the main program, your object is out of scope now, and it calls this destructor, and it shows the message destructor is called. Okay, so just for the demonstration that this constructor and destructors are called automatically whenever you create an instance of a class and whenever you go out of scope of your instance. Okay. Now this definition of constructor is not doing much, right? It's just printing a message, and you hardly do this in your coding that you want to print the message whenever you define your constructor. There are more useful ways to use constructor, and the most important use of constructor is it is used to initialize the variables in your class, okay, or initialize values in your class. So let's see how we can initialize values in the class. So in here I have the basic definition of the constructor, public box and these curly braces, and what I can do is I can define or initialize length, breadth and height using constructor. So let's see how. I'll write double and I will say LA for length, then double BR for breadth and double HI for height. Okay, and now I will initialize whenever I create a constructor. I will initialize, I want to initialize length, breadth and height. So how can I do this? I will use this. This is a special keyword which shows that your whatever you are calling is an instance of this box. Okay, so indirectly it's an instance of your class in which you are in. Dot L is equal to LA. So whatever user will give the value of LA, it will be assigned to your length. In the same way, I will define 3 length, breadth, height here. Height, this dot B, this dot H. So now what we are intending to do is whenever I defined an instance of class, so you see here, whenever I change the definition of constructor and I pass parameters here, now your definition, or here you will see the tilde or error, and when you hover over this class it shows that it is expecting the parameters in these brackets. Okay, so now you need to give these parameters, 3 parameters which can be double values. Okay, so I will give 3 parameters here, for example 46 for length, 60 for breadth and 20 for height. Okay, and as soon as I have given these 3 parameters, the error is gone, right? So just remember this, you always, or most important use of constructor is to initialize the values or initialize the variables in the class. Okay, so now because you have defined this constructor which expect 3 parameters, you need to define an instance of class like this, box, and the box 1 is equal to new box, and pass these 3 length, breadth and height here because you are passing 3 parameters. And now you don't even need to initialize them length, breadth and height from here. You already have initialized it in the constructor. So this has reduced your code, right? And it will work fine when you run the program even you haven't initialized the length, breadth and height explicitly. Now I will run the program and it doesn't show up because this console.readline is not there, so I uncomment it. Once again I run the program and it shows volume of the box is whatever is the volume. right? So in this way you can use constructors and destructors in C sharp. And once again, constructor and destructor are called automatically even if you don't define them by yourself. And the most important use of constructors are to initialize the values. Hello guys, in this video I'm going to teach you about class inheritance in C sharp. C sharp is an object-oriented programming language, and inheritance is one of the most important concepts in object-oriented programming. Inheritance allows us to define a class in terms of other class, which makes it easier to create and maintain our application. So this allows us to reuse our code, and that makes our code error free and fast to implement. So let me give you an example first. So we have these three squares as you can see here. So suppose you want to make the classes of polygon. So polygon can be a rectangle or a square or a triangle, and all are we can say all are polygons, right? And some of the properties in rectangle, square and triangle are same. For example, their height and their width are same, right? So rectangle also has width and height, the square also has width and height, and this triangle also have width and height. And suppose you want to calculate the area of the rectangle, square and triangle using rectangle class, square class and triangle class. Then you need to define the length and width of all these classes. But if you think that all these length and width are similar or same in all these polygons, as we can say. So we can define a base class polygon, for example, which will contain our two variables, which are length and width, or height or and width, right? And we can use this height and width for rectangle also, for square also, and for triangle class also. Okay, so we are going to define a polygon class, which we say, or which we can say it's a base class. And we are going to define, for example, rectangle class and triangle class, which we will call them derived class. So this is a base class or parent class, and these are the derived class or the child class, which takes some attributes from your base class, which is a polygon class, right? Now this kind of implement on which this inheritance is based upon is called, or is a implementation. So rectangle is a polygon, right? Square is a polygon and triangle is a polygon. So whenever you use this concept, try to relate this is a concept. Whatever is a base class, then you can apply them in inheritance. I will give you an other example. For example, we have the base class animal, right? And we can define derived class like dog. Dog is an animal, right? Cat is an animal, so cat can be derived class, or any other animal. For example, elephant is a animal. Okay, so animal can be your base class, and the dog, cat and elephant can be your derived class. Now enough of this concept, let's try to write some code. Okay, so we will go to our um, Visual Studio here, and we will try to make these classes. So first of all, let me define a polygon class, which will be our base class. So I will write class polygon, and then I will give these two curly braces, and inside this class we will define two variables, which are the member variable of this polygon class. So I will write public, and then this can be integer values. So I will say public int width comma height. Okay, so this is our base class, and suppose we want to calculate the area of the class, so we need to set the width and height first, right? So we will also define a public method, which will be void set values, for example, set values, and we will set the values of width and height. So we will say int a comma int b is our parameters, and in the implementation of these parameters we can say this dot width is equal to a, and in a similar way we can say this dot height is equal to b, right? Okay, so this is the definition of our base class, and this should be public. Okay, now we can define the derived class. So how we can define derived class from this base class? Once again you will write class, and let's define rectangle class. Rectangle, and in these curly braces we will define, or first of all, I almost forgot this. So whenever you want to inherit polygon, so this is a base class and this is a derived class, so you need to give this colon here and then give the name of your base class, which is our polygon. So this kind of implementation, whenever you write this colon and then give the name of the base class, then your rectangle class, which is a derived class, knows that you are inheriting the values or the variables of this base class to the rectangle class. Okay, and now here we can create a method. So we can write public method called, for example, int area. Okay, so we want to calculate the area of these polygons, rectangle and triangle, right? So we can say here area can be, what can be area? We can return for rectangle, the area is the width and the height, the multiplication of both, right? So you can say width multiplied by height. Okay, so if you have noticed that I haven't defined width and height in this rectangle, but whenever you provide this base class as a inheritance class, for example, to the derived class, it inherits all the values or all the members of the base class. So rectangle also have width and height, which is inherited from the base class. Okay, and I will once again copy this class and I will paste it here, and this time I will define a triangle class. Triangle. Okay, and this also has access to the polygon members, which are width, height and set values. Okay, so the area of the triangle can be half of the height and the width. Okay, so I will divide it by 2, right? So what you have done, you have defined a base class in which you have the width and height as a public variable, and we have defined set values method in our base class, which sets the value of width and height. Okay, now we have defined a derived class which is rectangle, and we for inheriting the values from the base class, we just need to give colon and the name of the base class here. So now your class rectangle knows that I am inheriting from the polygon class, and I have the access to width, height and set value method in my class. Okay, similarly we have done the same for this triangle. Now to access these classes, or to define the instance of rectangle and the triangle class, we can say rectangle rect is equal to new rectangle. Okay, so we have created the object. In a similar way, we will create the object of triangle. Triangle trig is equal to new triangle. Okay, so we have created the instance of triangle class and the rectangle class, or object of both class. Now for example, I use this rectangle object from here, and whenever I press dot, you see here I have the access to set values, which is the method in the polygon class. So because rectangle was inheriting the values from the polygon, we have the access to the methods in polygon class. So we can say set values, and we can set two values, for example 10, and second value is also, for example 20. The same thing we can do for this trig or triangle object dot set values. So this has also the access to set values, and we can say this time also this is 30 and 20, for example. Okay, so whenever you create this derived class and base class, you have the derived classes object always have the public member access from the base class, right? Now to calculate the area, I can say console dot write line, and in the console I can print the area of both classes. So I say rectangle area is equal to, and in the placeholder I will pass the rectangle area, which is rectangle, which is our object rect dot area. So we have the member function area in rectangle, right? Here is our area. Okay, and we will give the semicolon. In the same way we can do this for triangle. So I can say triangle area, and I will copy this triangle object and paste it here. And because this area is returning integer, this function will return an integer and will be printed here, right? Now whenever I run my program, you will be able to see the area of the triangle and rectangle. See here, rectangle area is 200, which is 10 into 20, right? And the triangle area is 300, which is 30 into 20, which is 600 divided by 2. Okay, so in this way you can define base classes and derived classes, and in this way you can implement the concept of the inheritance. And what are the uses of the inheritance? It makes your code smaller, because this width and this height and set value you have defined only at one places, and you can define multiple classes: rectangle, triangle, square, and or any other polygon, and you can use this width and height in each of the class using this inheritance, right? So it makes your code smaller, it makes your implementation faster, and it will, whenever your code is smaller, it's easy to read and it will be more error free, right? And one more important thing is, whenever you define or declare the object or instance of your derived class, your base class will be automatically initialized, right? So once again, whenever you define the object of a derived class, your base class will be initialized automatically. So to prove this concept, or to understand this concept, I can define the constructor, for example, public polygon constructor, okay, which takes nothing, and we can print something here. So I will just copy this console.writeLine and paste it here, and I can say here that we are in base class. Okay, in a similar way, for example, I can define the constructor for this rectangle. I will just write public rectangle, and I can say, once again, I will console.writeLine, and I can say we are in derived class, or derived rectangle class. Okay, and for example, I can comment this code to demonstrate my example. So I will just comment this, and here also. Okay, so we have just declared our object rectangle, right? And when I run this program, you see here, whenever I created my object of my derived class, it calls we are in base class. So first it initializes this polygon class, and then it shows we are in derived rectangle class. So then it initializes your derived class. So whenever you declare the object of derived class, your base class will be automatically initialized. Okay. The other important thing to note is, a class which is a derived class can only inherit from one class. So for example, if you create some other class, I will create some other class here. For example, like this, and I will say this is my rectangle 1, for example, and I want to inherit from rectangle 1 and polygon at the same time. So for comma rectangle 1, this is not possible. Okay, and this will give you an error, right? Because you cannot inherit from two base classes at the same time. Okay, so when I try to run the program, it gives me an error. Okay, but you can have multiple inheritances. So I have this rectangle one, right? And what I can do is I can inherit from a rectangle class here. Okay, so what this will do is, let me copy and paste it below my rectangle class. So what this is doing, our rectangle class is inheriting from my polygon, and my rectangle one is inheriting from my rectangle class. So indirectly it's inheriting also from the polygon. So for example, I will create an instance of rectangle one class. Rectangle rec1 is equal to new rectangle one, and then whenever I use this rectangle one, and see after dot, when I use this dot here, I have the access to area, which is a part or which is a member function in our rectangle class. We have the access to set values, which is a class in our polygon class, right? So this also we have the access. We have the access to width and height, which is in our polygon class, right? So indirectly we can inherit from the polygon like this. Okay, so this is multiple inheritance. Hello guys, welcome once again. In this video I'm going to teach you about method hiding in C#. In the last video we have learned how inheritance works in C#. So for example, I have a base class called FC. FC stands for first class, and it has a public method called display. And what this public method is doing, simply it's showing a message. And in this case, it's showing FC colon display. That means we are in FC class, which is our base class. Now, for example, we have second class, which is our derived class. SC stands for second class, and which is inheriting first class, which is FC, right? So this is our derived class and this is our base class. And base class has one method called display, right? Now, in the main method, I just created the instance or object of the second class, which is a derived class, and I display the message. Okay, because second class is inheriting the first class, its methods are available for use in the second class also. That's why I am using object.display, because this second class can also access this method. Okay, and when I run the program, as expected, it will show this message as fc display. So let's wait for the console, and it shows as expected fc display. Now suppose for some unknown or weird reason second class don't want to use this method, which is display, and second class want to have its own display method. It want to display its own message rather than using the display message or display method from the base class. So for example, it makes a bold effort to just have this display method in itself also. So now our second class, which is a derived class, also has this display method. So let me change this to sc.display, which is second class colon display. This is first class colon display, and this is second class colon display. So what do you think now will happen? This message will be shown or this message will be shown. Let's see what happens. I will run the program. It builds, and we have the message SC, which is second class display. Okay, so this class is hidden by the derived class by using this method. But look at this, there is a green squiggly line here, right? And this line showing the warning to the user that method or myProject.example.sc.display hide the inherited member, which is fc.display. Okay, so if you do this, C# will warn you about this, that you are hiding this method, and so you will see this green line. In order to remove this warning, what you can do is you can use in front of this void a keyword called new. So this new keyword tells C# that I want to, or second class want to create its own display method, right? So now when you run the program, it it still shows this sc.display or sc::display, but the error or the warning is gone. Okay, so now this kind of declaration, wherever derived class want to hide the original method which is there in the base class, then it can create its own method with the same name. Okay, and it can hide this method. Okay, now for example, for some other reason, some other user don't want to use this, you want to use this only even if you have declared this. So how can you show this after having or after method hiding of this base class? So there can be two or three ways of doing this. First way, let's comment this, and first way what you can do is you can call your base class in here. So what you can do is you can write base means this class. Base is your base class, and you are in the derived class, so this base keyword automatically knows that you are indicating to the parent or to the base class. So when I hover over this, you can see here in the message that it's indicating FC class, which is our base class. So you can write base dot display. Okay, and I will just give this bracket and semicolon, and when I run this program, it shows FC, which is our base class display. Okay, so whenever you want to display this base class method, even if you have defined your method hiding method in the derived class also, then you can do it like this. There is other way of doing the same thing, and I will show you in a moment this second method. So what you can do here is you can typecast your second class as first class. So what you can do here, you have your object sc, object is equal to new sc, so you have this object. Okay, so what you can do is you can just copy your first class, which is your base class, and then you can just typecast this object as a first class. Okay, and just give these brackets, and just you can write dot. So it should not look like this, but this will come, this FC will come in the bracket, and now you have these brackets. So now when you give the dot, you have the display method, right? So you can display this method like this, and you can comment this line. So what this code will do is it will typecast your object as a base class, and you already know that your derived class is just a special case of your base class, right? So derived class already have all the method or access to all the method and variable in the base class, right? And derived class can also have its own method, but it has all the access to its public base class method, right? So this is called typecasting your object, and when I run the program, it will show FC colon colon display, right? And it will not show SC, which is second class colon colon display. Okay. Now, third way of doing this the same is, so what you can do is, I will just comment this once again, and we are going to use the third method. So what you can do is you can just copy your base class name, which is FC in our case, and I can make it an object. So I will write obj, and let me comment this line also. So I will define an object of my base class, and I will make an instance of new SC. Okay, so derived class. I will create an instance of second class, which is derived class, as an object of first class. Okay, and I will uncomment this, and when I run the program, it will give you the same result, FC colon colon display. Okay, so what you have done is you have created the instance of your base class as a child class or a derived class. Okay, but if you might be wondering that the reverse is also possible, that you can do SC, and here you can derive this SC instance from first class, which is your base class. It will show you an error, and the error shows that cannot implicitly convert your base class to your child class or derived class. Okay, so this is not possible. Why this is not possible? Because your base class or your base class have, or you can create the instance of base class as a child class, but you cannot create a child class instance as a base class. Okay, so this is the third method you can use, right? So you have three types of code from which you can call your base class method, even if you have declared or redeclared this same method in your derived class, right? Now, for example, I have a third class, so I will copy and I will paste it here, and I will write that this is a third class, which is TC. TC stands for third class, and it is inheriting second class, okay, SC. Okay, and I will just copy this TC and paste it here. So this class also has the method display, and it shows TC colon colon display. Okay, and now I will create an object of this TC class, and now I will run the program, and I will just write object.display. So what method will be called? Let's see. So tc.display will be called, right? So you can hide this method also, so which is derived class from the FC, but now you are your second class is your base class in the case of third class, and now you can even override or you can even hide the method of your derived class like this by deriving from the derived class. Okay, so I hope you have understood the basic concept of method hiding in C#. Hello guys, in this video I'm going to teach you about polymorphism in C#. Polymorphism is also one of the very important concept in object-oriented programming, which C# is. Polymorphism allows us to invoke derived class methods through a base class reference during runtime. So let's see an example. For example, I have a base class which is called a drawing class. So I have this base class called drawing, and it has one method called draw. And what this method does is it simply prints a message. And this is a message. This message says this is just a generic drawing object. Now from our previous videos, we already know how we can define the derived classes using this base class, which is drawing class. So for example, I want to derive a class, or I want to define a derived class called line, which inherits from this base class drawing. Okay, so I will declare this derived class called line, public class line, which inherits from your base class drawing. Okay, and it also has a public method called draw, and it has its own message, and message says this is a line. Okay, now I will derive two more classes from this base class. So I will copy and paste this base derived class once again, and the second derived class I will say it's a circle, and the message I will change it as this is a circle. Okay, in this draw method. And the third derived class will be square, and in the square draw method I will print this is a square. So we have one base class and we have three derived class: line, square, and circle, and they have their own draw method, right? Now I will for example, I want to declare an instance of my base class, and this instance will be an array of the base class. Okay, so how can I declare an array of base class instances? So I will just copy my base class, and I will give these square brackets, and I will give the name to my object. I will say dobj, which is drawing object, is equal to new drawing object. Okay, so I will just copy it and paste it here. And for example, this array contains 4 elements, so I can pass 4 here like this. Okay, now for example, I want to give this object an instance of a line class, an instance of circle class, and an instance of square class. So what I can do is I can say obj 0th element, or obj at the index 0 is equal to new line class. Okay, and this will be like this. In the same way, I can declare an instance of circle and square classes, and even I will declare the instance of base class. So I will say 0, 1, 2, 3, and this is our circle, and this is square. Okay, so our base class object has an instance of line, which is a derived class, and this is absolutely possible, right? We can have an instance of derived class as an object, right? As an object of our base class, right? As we have seen in the last video. So I have first object as an instance of line, second object as an instance of circle, third object as an instance of square. So these all three are derived classes, and I even have the instance of a drawing class, which is our base class. And now, for example, I want to call draw methods from each of these classes, base and derived classes. So I can use for each loop. You may know from the last video how to use for each loop, and I will say for each, and the condition is drawing D, for example, or draw in my object, which is this one. So that it will take one by one, it will go through object by object depending upon the index of the object, and here I will give the statement. And what I will do here, I will just take this draw object here, and I will just call draw method. So of draw dot draw. So let's see what is the result of this code. I will run my program, and what this is doing is it's printing. This is a generic drawing object, this is a generic drawing object 4 times, right? And it's true because we are not even hiding our method, which is our base class method, which we have seen in the last video. So we have just created an instance of drawing, and we are just giving them the instances of our derived classes. So by default, it will go to the base class and it will print this 4 times, right? Now, for example, you want that from your base class object, you want to call these methods. You want to call the draw method in line class, draw method in circle class, and draw method in square class. You can do it by using polymorphism, right? So what you need to do here is you need to declare this object. You need to change the declaration of this method draw in the base class like this. So just write public virtual. So this virtual keyword will say that you can redefine this draw in the base classes, right? So this is the word. This is uh, uh, the use of this virtual method, virtual keyword. Now in my derived classes, I will say I will override this base class method. So how can I override? I will go to my derived class, which is line, and in this drop method in line derived class, I will declare it like public override, and this should be override. Okay, so this keyword will tell this derived class that you are overriding this base class method by its own method. And I will do the same in my circle derived class. Here public override void, and in my square derived class method draw. Okay. Now what I have done, I have given the keyword draw keyword virtual to my base class method, and I have given the keyword override to my derived class method. This virtual keyword tells the base class that somewhere whenever you declare a derived class, you can override this method by using override keyword, right? Now this main code will remain same, and let's see what is the result now. I'll run the program and see the result. Now you have, this is a line which is a draw method in line class. This is a circle which is a draw method in circle class. This is a square which is a draw method in square class, and you have, this is just a generic draw object which is a method base class method, right? So in this way, this is the basic concept of polymorphism. And what I have said in the beginning, polymorphism allows us to invoke derived class method through a base class reference during runtime, right? So we have invoked the derived class method like this from a base class. So we have invoked from a base class, we have invoked the method draw from our derived classes like this. Okay, so this is how polymorphism works. And where it comes handy, it comes handy when you need to assign a group of object to an array and then invoke each of their methods. So this is useful in those situations. Okay. Hello guys, in this video I'm going to teach you about difference between method hiding, which we have seen in the last to last video, and method overriding, which we have seen in the last video when we have learned polymorphism. So suppose I have a base class called drawing. So it's just a simple base class which is like this, public class drawing, and it has one method called draw. And what this method is doing, it's printing just a message, and this message says this is just a generic drawing class, for example. Okay, now I want to derive a child class from this base class. So what I will do is I will just derive a child class called line, for example, and I will derive from this base class drawing. And this also has this draw method, and this time I will say the message that this is a line. Okay, so this we have seen in the last video when we want to override uh, this base class draw method from a derived class method. We add a keyword virtual in the base class and override in the derived class. So what this will do is, this virtual keyword says the base class that whenever we are going to declare a derived class and we want to have its own draw method, we can override this same method by using this virtual and using this override keyword. And now let's go to the main method, and let's create the instance of this drawing class. So I will just copy this drawing class and I will just create the instance obj is equal to new, and let's create the instance of this line class. So line, okay. So what this is going to do is, let's call the draw method from here, obj.draw. Okay. So what this will do is, let's try and run the program, and what it's going to do is it will print this is a line, because we have overridden our base class method draw by our derived class method, right? So it will, whenever you declare a base class reference which points to the derived class object, then it will call the derived class method. Okay. Now let's try to change or make it method hiding. So instead of this override keyword, we will write new. So this we have seen in the last to last video, that whenever we use this new keyword with our derived class, your derived class method will hide your base class method, right? But whenever we run the program, you see the message is this is just a generic drawing class. So whenever you use this method hiding using this new keyword, and you will declare the reference variable pointing to the derived class, it will indicate to the base class. Okay. And whenever you use method overriding using override keyword, it will override your base class method, and it will point to this method, derived class method. So this is the difference between overriding and method hiding. Method hiding always point to the base class if you have a base class object, right? And method overriding always fetch you the overridden method, which is this is a line. So I hope you have understood the basic difference between method hiding and method overriding. Hello guys, in this video I'm going to teach you about setter and getter method in C#. So to start with, for example, I have a class called book, and this book class have three public variables: public int id, which is a book id, public string book name, and public int number of pages, which is assigned to a value of 250. Now in object-oriented programming, it's a bad idea to declare your variables as public members of the class. And why it's a bad idea, or it's bad practice to declare your variables public? Because, for example, our book class is here, right? And book ID cannot be negative, right? And book name cannot be null in normal circumstances, and now a number of pages, you cannot change the number of pages, right? A book contains a certain number of pages, you cannot change the number of pages in the book, right? Now for example, if you declare them public members variables of the class, what the other user can do is, other user can declare the instance of a class called b is equal to new book, and then he can access your id, for example b dot id, and he can assign negative values to the id, for example -10, and it will be perfectly valid. But in real situations, the ID cannot be negative, right? Book ID cannot be negative. And when I want to print this ID, I can even print this ID. Console dot write line, and I can say here book ID is, and then my placeholder, and then I can say book ID. I can call this book ID here, right? And when I run this code, it will work perfectly fine, even though it's not allowed to set the book ID a negative value, right? In the same way, somebody can even assign a null value to the book. Each and every book, for example, we are taking the example of book. So have you seen any book having the null value? But in this case, when you declare your book variable public, what some other user can do, b dot book name, and he can assign this a null, and this means that your book don't have any name. Book name is null. So you can just call this and run the program, and program runs fine, but it's not valid in real conditions, right? The book name cannot be null. In the same way, somebody in real situations, when you declare a book class, it has a certain number of pages. You cannot change the number of pages, or user should not be able to change the number of pages. But look at here, b dot number of pages, and I can change it to 300, 3000 even, and I can call book pages is number of pages, and the user can be able to change even the number of pages, which is not allowed. So that's why it's not a good idea to declare your members of your class as a public members. So it's a good practice to declare your member variables as private. Okay, so what I can do, private, and whenever I declare my variables as private, what will happen is, so let's see what happens. I will declare all the book member variables as private. As soon as I declare them private, you see your assignments are invalid now. So you cannot directly access these variables. So when you hover over here, it says that this book.id is inaccessible due to protection level. Because this is a private member of a class, a private member cannot be accessed outside your class. Okay, so this is a class, and this is the boundary of this private member, and it cannot be used outside the class. So this is one level of protection you have given to the variables. Now nobody will be able to access them directly. But if nobody should be able to access them directly, how can you assign a name to a book or assign some other values to a book? So what we use is a setter and getter method. And what are these setter and getter method? These are nothing but a way of indirectly accessing your private variables, and protecting your private variables uh, against invalid conditions. So for example, I will declare the setter and getter method for id. How we can declare a setter and getter method? So first of all, we will declare a set method of our variable id. So it start with public, and what it will return integer, because our id is an integer, right? Public int, and then we say set id. Okay, so setter method, how we can define these setter method? Generally we add the set before your variable name. Okay, and then this set method takes an argument int id, for example, or id, and what it will do is, let me give this bracket once again, and what it will do is it will return an integer. Okay, or this will not return an integer, beg your pardon, it will be void, and the get method will return the value. So it is declared like this: public void set id, and it just has set and the name of your variable. And what you need to do here is take your private member variable, so you can access it like this: this dot id is equal to this id. Okay, in the same way, to declare a get method, what you need to do is you need to do public get and the name of the id. So get id, and what it does is it returns an integer. And why it returns an integer? Because it has to return the id of the book, right? So in the code we will just return this dot id. Okay, so indirectly we are returning this variable. So this set method is used to set the value, and get method is used to return the value or access the value of it. But we have still, or user can still give the negative value to id, right? So what this method can do is, if your id or this id is less than 0, then we can print a message. So I will just copy this, and we can say the id is not valid, or id is, yeah, so the book id is not valid. So now we have added a protection against the negative values. Okay, so no user should be able to assign a negative value to your variable id, right? But even this will also will be able to assign the negative value to the id. Why? It will just go here, it will see, okay, id is less than 0, and it will print it and it will assign it. So what we can do is we can throw an exception. So how to throw an exception? Just write throw new exception. Okay, and what this will do is it will throw an exception by saying this message, and then this condition will not be reached. Okay, so let's try to set the value of value of id a negative value. Okay, so let's say b dot set value, set id is equal to minus 10, minus 10. Okay, and how you can get this id? By calling this get id method. And what it will return? It returns the id, right? So ideally it should return whatever it's assigned to the id. I will run the program, and as soon as I run the program, it's not showing any result and it throws an exception. See, it throws an exception and it says the book id is not valid, which is our message, right? And it doesn't go even to the next code. So in this way we can protect our variables by assigning invalid values. Okay, the same we can do for book name. So I will copy this set and get values and paste it here, and now it will be set book name and get book name. Okay, and this is a string variable. Book name is a string variable, so we will pass string book name, and then in the get method it will return a string, right? And we will return book name. And in the set method, what we have said earlier, that book cannot be null or empty. Book name cannot be null and empty. So what we can do is, in the if condition, we can say, string dot is null or empty. This is a property in string to check if your string is null or empty. Okay, so if my book name is null or empty, I can say the book name is not valid. So I can throw this exception, or otherwise if I get this valid name, I will just assign the value of book to my private variable and I can access it like this. So let's assign book ID positive, and once again let's assign book name a null value. Okay, so book name I can say null, and let's try to access this. So I say book name is, and I will call this get book method, and I will run the program, and once again it's expected to throw the error, and it says the book name is not valid. It's throwing this exception. But whenever I pass the valid name, for example I pass the name C# tutorial book, and now I will run the program, it prints that book name is C# tutorial book. Okay, so in this way we can protect our variables which are fragile, or which have the capacity to take invalid values. We can protect them using setter and getter method. In the same way, for accessing this number of pages, we can only define a get value, and we avoid uh, defining the set value. So whenever we define a get value for number of pages, we can only get the number of pages, and we cannot be, or the user cannot be able to set the number of pages, right? So what we can do here, we can say public, this will be our public int method. Okay, public int get number of books, and what it will do, return this dot number of pages. So it will just return the number of pages, and nobody can assign the number of pages to it. Okay, so I can just p dot get number of pages, and I will run the program. It will run fine. Number of pages is book name is 250. I can say book pages is, so now it says book pages is 250. So always remember that whenever you need to declare variables in the class, try to make them private and try to access them with the getter and setter values. It's always a good practice. Hello guys, in the last video I have shown you how to use setter and getter method to protect your member variable from accessing by the other classes or the main class. And I have also shown you why we need to use setter and getter, and why it's a good practice to use setter and getter in object oriented programming. Now C# has its own way of setting and getting these values, and that is through properties. Through properties you can also do the same thing, and even better, uh, by setting and getting the values and not exposing your member variables of the class. So in the last video I have given you an example of book class, which has the member variable book ID, book name, and book number of pages. And I have shown you how you can protect these variable by using set method and get method. So if you haven't seen that video, please see that video so that you can understand the setter and getter method. And I'm using the same code from the last time. So we have the book class and these three member variable, and I have shown you how you can set and get values, right? Now let's see how we can achieve the same thing to protect your variable by properties. So first of all, I have shown you how you can set, or you can create setter and getter method for this ID of the book, and we have just used the set ID and get ID. Now let's see how we can do it by properties, the same thing. So what we need to do here is, instead of the setter and getter method, we use public and the return type, which is in our case integer, because ID is an integer. So we will write int, public int, and give the name of your property. So for ID I will give, for example, this property called ID, and this will not take any argument here. And for setting the values, I use the keyword set, and then in these curly braces I just enclose my earlier setter method like this. And in the similar way, what I will do is I will just use the keyword get, and I will use these curly braces, and in this I will return my ID, which is this variable. So how we have declared this property ID here, we have used keyword to set the value, and how we are setting the values in the same way we have done in the setter method. But instead of this ID, because this set is not taking any argument, right? And for example, I want to set ID. So instead of set ID method, what I can say is ID B1, which is the object of book class, and we can say b1.id is equal to 10, for example. So I set the id is equal to 10. Now where this 10 goes in this property, so we use the keyword value to assign that property or assign that value to your set method, because it's not taking any arguments, right? So we use keyword. So whenever, for example, you assign b1, which is an or object dot our property name, which is id is equal to 10, this 10 will be stored in this value, and then it will see if this value is less than 0, and if it's less than 0, it will show the exception or throw the exception. Otherwise it will assign this value to your id, right? And when you call this id, so for example, I want to access the id, I can simply use my b1.id and replace it here, right? And let me comment this second console.writeLine. So now to access your id, you just need to use b1.id, okay, instead of get method. So this is how you define a property in C#. You use set method to set the value, and just remember that you need to use this value to store whatever is assigned to your variable, or whatever you is assigned to your id, and then to get the value you just return it here like this, and to access this value you just need to give the same thing, b1.id, right? We can do the same for our book name class. We have declared set book name and get book name, right? So I will just delete this argument, because our property will not take any argument, but it will return a string. So I will declare public string, and let name this property book name, right? And for setting, once again we use the keyword set, and in these curly braces we enclose our code for setting the value, right? And for getting the value, we use the keyword get, once again get, and in these two curly braces we return whatever we want to return, so string, or we will just return this, okay? And we can delete this get and set method, and this will do just fine. This works just fine. For example, for setting the book name, I can say b1 dot, and it will give me this property now, which is called book name, right? And I can assign any value to the book name like this, as we assign it to some variable. So I will give the name the C sharp book, okay? And I can access it once again very simply. Just copy this, and you can access this property like this. So when I run the program, it shows some error. Let's see what's okay. Because I haven't used the keyword value here, and it doesn't know what this is, so I need to pass in the value keyword. This just remember always, it doesn't take any argument. Set method doesn't take any argument. Instead of argument, you just need to pass the keyword value here and value here, right? Now when I run the program, it shows the result. Book ID is 10, which we have assigned, and book name is C# book. Okay, so I can say book name is C#. Now if you have remembered, in the last video we also have this variable called number of pages, and it was we have already assigned a value to number of pages as 250. So it's not possible to set the value for a number of pages. So how we can define the property for this? Instead of this get number of pages, what we can do is we can just only use get property, and we can avoid using set property for that. And now it will just give you the value of number of pages, but you cannot set the value of number of pages. So I will just copy this and I will say book pages is, and I can call this property number of pages here. Okay, and when I run the program, it will run fine. Book pages is 250. Okay, now if you don't have any conditions and you just need simple set and get method, for example, you don't need if your ID is less than 0, or you don't need to check that if your book name is null, and you just need to set and get value without any special conditions like I have illustrated in last video. For example, I will give you an example. So I have a private member, private int, this will be int, and we have for example author. So this, let's take it as a string, and author. So we have author private member. So for getting and setting this private member, what we can do? So we can define public, which I have shown you in the last video, right? Public void, and then your set author property. So I will just use this and I will say set author, and what I can do, I can pass a string variable for setting, and I can just use public string and get author, same get author for getting the value, right? So this I have shown you in the last video, what this you can do here, right? And in here I will use the author, string author, and this author will be assigned to this author. So this dot author is equal to your author you pass, right? And you can return this in get method, or return this dot author. So if you don't have any condition to check, and you will have, or when you program a class, you will have many fields in which you don't even need any condition, you don't even need to check any condition, and you will just set and get value like this. So it's more easier to handle these things or these codes by using properties. So what we can do, instead of using this getter and setter, simple getter and setter without any conditions, I will say public and the return type, which is string, and I will say this property is called author, and then I will enclose it in this curly braces, and I can say get and set. Okay, and this property will work same as these two getter and setter function. So your code is reduced very much here, right? This property get and set, just using these two get and set, your C sharp code will know that the set will have to set the property or set the variable, some variable, and this get is used to access the value of the variable, right? So I can just remove this getter and setter, and instead of that I can use this property. And even you can make this code really small like this, and this will become a one line code for you, right? Instead of writing getter and setter method, you can just use get and set if you don't have any condition, right? And let's try to assign some value to the author property and access it. So I will use p1 dot author. You can see author property is visible, and let's say author name is, for example, programming knowledge. Okay, and I can access it simply by b1 dot author. Okay, so book author is b1 dot author, and when I run the program it will work fine. Okay, so this property makes it simple to get and set values of the member variable. So I hope you have understood the concept of properties. Hello guys, in this video I'm going to show you what is interface and how to use interface in C sharp. So let's see what is interface. An interface contains definitions for a group of related functionalities that a class or a struct can implement. So in a way, using interfaces, we can invoke functions from different classes through the same interface reference, whereas using virtual function, we can invoke functions from different classes in a same interface hierarchy through the same reference. So let's see how we can define interface in C sharp and how we can use interfaces in C sharp. So for the definition of interface, how to define interface? Interface you can define with a keyword interface and then the name of the interface. I always like to declare the definition of the interface or name of the interface by starting with the capital I, so that I know that it's an interface. And for example, I want to define an interface for meters. Okay, and then I just close my definition from here using these curly braces. Okay, and so let's see what are the properties of interface. This is how you can define interface, but how we can use members in the interface, let's see. So the first thing is, for example, I define int a in interface. Will it work? Let's compile our program and let's see if it's possible or not. So I will just run this or start debugging this, and I will see an error. There is error and I will say no. And it says interface cannot have fields. That means you cannot have fields like int a or bool something, bool x or double. So you cannot have fields in interface. You can only have methods in interface. So let's define a method in interface. So for example, I want to define a method called public public void print. So I have defined this method in interface. This should be public. And then also when I compile this, let's see what happens. I'll run this and I will say no. And this time also I get an error. So I define a method and then also it gives me an error. And what it says, the modify public is not valid for this item. That means you cannot initialize the member methods or members of interface with a access modifier. So you just need to declare the method in the interface like this. Okay. And now when you compile this or now when you run it, it will work fine. Okay. Now, for example, you want to give any definition to your method in the inside interface. Can we do this? For example, I want to print something. Console dot write line, and I want to print something here. So I will just write print. Is it valid? Let's see. We will run the program and it says error. And what's the error? Interface member cannot have definition. So you can only define the prototype of a method inside interface, and you cannot define the definition of the method inside interface. So interface just contains the prototyping of method or prototypes of method. Okay. Now, how we can use these interface? So for example, I will define a class meter, and so this class I define, and I will close these curly braces. And how we can use this print method, or how we can give the definition of the print method, we can just inherit from interface. So this I meter, or this meter will inherit from this interface like this. So how to define an inheritance of this interface? You can just write like this, colon and then I meter. Okay. And then you can just give the definition of this method. And now let's see, I have the same prototype and the definition, and here I want to give some console line, write line. Will it be valid? Let's see. So for example, something I want to write here. Okay. And when I run the program, it still shows me error. Why? Because it's saying that this method does not have a interface member definition. So I have told you that interface definition or interface prototyping does not have access specifier, but when you provide the definition to the interface method, you need to specify the specifier, public specifier or member specifier. And by default, all interface members are public method. Okay, so just remember this. By default, all interface members are public. Okay, so just write public, and when I run this, it will run fine. Okay, because I'm not using this class in my main, so it will not print anything, but it doesn't give me any error. So that means I'm on the right path. So this is how you can define the prototype of interface and how you can inherit from the interface. And now you can just define, for example, meter object, meter met is equal to new meter, and I can use this object to print or to use the print method. Okay, so you see I have the access to this print method, and I can just print like this, run the program, and it prints whatever I want to print. Okay, so this is how you can define interfaces. Let's see if we have two interfaces at a time. Interface I meter 1 and I meter 2, for example. Can I inherit from both of them in a same class? Let's see if we can do it. Meter interface 1, meter 1, comma, meter 2. So yes, I can inherit from multiple interfaces in a same class. Okay. Now, for example, this meter 1 has method print1 and this meter 2 has method print2. So I can just define two methods inside my class, print1 and print2, and I can say this is print meter 1 and the other is print meter 2. Okay, and so I can do multiple inheritance, or I can inherit from multiple interfaces in my derived class, and I can use these method like this. So in the using the object, I can print 1, I can use print 1 and even print 2 also. And when I run the program, both will run fine. Print meter 1, print meter 2. So that means I can inherit from multiple interfaces. But in the last video, I think, or in the earlier videos, I have shown you, you cannot inherit from multiple base classes in your derived class. So if I say that you have one more class meter some class, okay, can you inherit from this and this in your example one? Let's see. Meter comma second class. Okay, it will not be valid. Okay, so you cannot inherit from multiple base classes or multiple classes, but you can inherit from multiple interfaces. Okay, so just remember this fact. Now the question is, can we define the object of an interface? So for example, I will delete this class from here, which I have used for the demonstration. So for example, I want to create the object of this meter 1 interface. Can I do this? Let's see. I meter 1 is equal to new I meter 1. Okay. So when I do this, as soon as I do this, I get an error. And it shows an error cannot create an instance of abstract class or interface. Okay. So it's logical also, because your interface only contains definition, but the implementation, when you create an object and when you want to use this print one, you cannot find the implementation or definition of this print one only by using this imeter, right? But what you can do is you can create a reference to interface which points to the object of your derived class. So you can do it like this: imeter1, and whatever you want to give the name, is equal to new meter. This is a class which is inheriting from meter1, and here you have the definition of the member method of this meter1 also. Okay, so you can create an object which can point to the you can create a reference which points to the object of your derived class, and you can use the method like this also. So met dot, you can see print one, you can easily find this print one and you can print it. Okay, but you cannot access print 2 here, right? Because print2 is a part of imeter2 interface and it's not a part of this imeter1. Okay, so only print1 is available for the use, right? And you can do the the same for the meter2 object also, or meter2 reference also. You can use meter2, met is equal to new meter, but this method will be print2 because meter2 only have the prototype for print2, and it will work fine here. Okay, now can we define same prototype in two different interfaces? For example, I have imeter1, imeter2. I want to have only print method in meter1 and meter2 also, in both the method. Okay, so this method and this method are same in both the interfaces, and this meter is inheriting from those uh, two interfaces, and I delete this method definition also. So I have meter1 which has the member method print. I also have interface meter2 which have the member method print, to same method, and I inherit from those two interfaces in my meter class, and I provide the definition of this print. So can I do something like this? So I can define interface meter1 met1, and I will define interface for meter2 met2, which points to the object of this meter class. And can we use this print in both cases? Met1 dot print, and here met2 dot print. Okay, and when you do it, it's completely valid. When you run the program, you will see print meter1 and print meter1 two times, right? So you can have the same method name in two interfaces, and you can give a same, or you can define one definition for both the method in your derived class, and you can use it like this also. So this is how you can define interfaces, and this is some of the rules how to use interfaces in C++. So let's do some revision. How to define interfaces? Interfaces cannot contain fields. I have shown you it cannot contain fields like int a or double a or string or something. It only have methods. Okay, Then the second rule is interface member cannot have definition. Okay, so you cannot give the definition of the method inside interface. Okay, by default all interface members are public, so you don't need to explicitly define that it's a public method, right? You see here we haven't defined here public, it's just void print. But when you define the implementation of this method from the interface, you need to give the public specifier or public modifier here, access modifier, I beg your pardon. So you need, whenever you give the definition of the member of the interface, you need to give access specifier here, right? And the last is a class can inherit from multiple interfaces. You can see here, we can inherit from multiple interfaces. Hello guys, in the last video I have shown you how to use interfaces in C#. In this video I am going to show you how to explicitly use or implement interfaces in C#. So in the last video I have shown you how to declare interfaces, and I have also told you that you cannot use field in interfaces, and you cannot use access modifier in interfaces when you define some member method in interfaces. And suppose we have two interfaces, for example iMeter1 and iMeter2, and both have the same method in themselves, then how we can use these method explicitly, I'm going to show you today. So first of all, for example, I have this example one class in which I have this main class. I will inherit from meter1, iMeter1 and iMeter2 in this class. So I inherit from iMeter1 and iMeter2 in this example one class, and then I can define the method inside this derived class, which is example one, like this. Okay, and I have shown you how you can use this print in here. So you can just define an object of example one ex is equal to new example one, and you can use this print method here, right? Ex dot print. Okay, but, and I can run it first of all and show you the result, and it will run perfectly fine. But when I want to, it's taking long time to run. Yeah, so I can see the message print meter one. But for example, I want to explicitly define the print method for meter one and print method for meter two. Okay, so how can I define it? So either I have to do like this, and there will be ambiguity because there are two print method with the same name inside the class, right? So to explicitly define that this print is a part of, or this print definition is this one, and the meter2 print definition is this one, we can use it like this. We can explicitly define this print definition like this. So first of all, you need to remove these access specifier from here, from both the print method, and to explicitly declare that this print method is a part of this iMeter1, what you can do is just copy this print iMeter1 and just use dot and then define your method definition. In the same way, I can just copy iMeter2 dot, and then I can explicitly declare that this method declaration is a part of meter 1 and this method declaration is a part of meter 2. And how can I use it? I can use it like this. So I have to typecast first of all this meter. So I will use, for example, I want to print this print meter 1 message. So I need to typecast this like this, meter in the brackets and then the outer brackets ex dot, I can use this now print method, and through this typecasting we can specify we are using this print method for meter 1, right? In the same way we can typecast this print method for meter 2, and when we run the program we can see print meter 1, print meter 2 message, right? So you can do it like this by typecasting, but then you cannot use this reference object like this ex dot print. You cannot see this, right? Or even if you want to do it like this, print like this, it will show an error, and you see it's showing this error that does not contain definition of print, because we have explicitly defined the methods for both of the interfaces, right? For example, eh, in some cases you want to use this ex dot some print general method print. What you can do is you can do it like this. You can declare this reference imeter1 I1 for example as an object of example 1, and once again I2 and meter 2 imeter 2 as an object of example 1, and I can use imeter 1 I1 here and I2 here, and then also it will work fine. When I run the program it shows me the same result. Or one more thing you can do here is you want to use this for example imeter1 print method as normally, and you want to use this imeter2 method explicitly. How you can do it? You can just remove this imeter1 interface and just give the access specifier. It should be public, and then you can just use your example 1 is equal to ex1, and you don't need this, and then you can just say this should be ex, and you can just say just use this ex object dot print, right? And when you do it, this ex will point to this definition of meter 1, because you have defined this normally, right? But for using this, which in which you have given the definition explicitly, you need to typecast this like this. Okay, so in this way you can define your interface definition explicitly, and you can implement your interfaces explicitly in C#. Hello guys, in this video I'm going to show you what are abstract classes and how to use abstract classes in C#. So generally or commonly you would like sometimes to make classes that only represent base classes, and you don't want anyone to create the object of these classes. So you can make these classes by using abstract classes. So an abstract class means that no object of this class can be instantiated or created, but they can be used as base classes. So you can derive from these classes, but they cannot be used as normal classes. They can only be used as base classes. Okay, so let's see how we can declare abstract classes first of all. So for declaring abstract class, you just declare a normal class. So just public and with a keyword abstract, and then your class and the class name, for example meter. Okay, and then just close these curly braces, and that's the declaration of your class. Okay, so you can declare an abstract class by using the keyword abstract. Now whenever you create this abstract class, it can contain abstract method like this. So you can write abstract, but first of all we will give access modifier, public abstract void, for example print meter 1. Okay, and whenever you declare an abstract method inside an abstract class, you cannot provide the definition to this method, right? For example, if you want to provide some definition to this method like this, and when you compile your program, it will not be compiled and it will show an error, because abstract method inside an abstract class cannot have definition. This is just an declaration, or you can only give a prototype of this method and not the actual definition. But on the other hand, abstract class can also contain normal method. Okay, for example, I want to declare some other method which is not abstract, and this method is, for example, print meter 2. I can provide definition to this method. Okay, and it will compile fine. Build solution, build succeeded. Okay, so if you provide an abstract method inside an abstract class, then you cannot provide definition to this class, to this method. On the other hand, if you provide a normal method inside the abstract class, you can easily provide the definition to this class. And it's not necessary that your abstract class has to contain some abstract method. You can even use an abstract class which only has normal methods. It's totally fine to use normal method inside your abstract class. It's not necessary that you has to use abstract method inside abstract class. Now, how can we do, or how can we use this abstract class in our program? So I told you abstract classes can be used as a base class. For example, I have the class called example1, in which I have a main method. In here I can just derive from this meter class, which is a base class, and this base class or this example class is deriving this, or this is inheriting, example1 is inheriting this meter1 class. Then what you can do, for example, you want to provide the definition of print1 because print2 definition is already there, right? So let me give this definition: console dot write line, and I can give any message here. Okay, for example, we are in meter print 2. Okay, but this, we cannot define the definition of this method inside here, so we can inherit this class and then we can define the definition of this class. How you can do this? You can do it normally, just use the signature of your method. So just copy this here, and instead of using abstract, you need to use override, okay, to give the definition to this method. And now you can give the definition to this method like this. console write line. This is meter print 1. Okay, and you can just use these abstract classes like this. So go to your main method and you can define an object of this example1 class. ex1 for example is equal to new example1, and then you can use this ex1 object for example to print this message dot print 1 or print 2, right? So you can print 1 like this, and you can use print 2 like this, print 2. Okay, and when I run the program you can see both the messages which I've written in method print1 and print2. Okay, so there are some properties related to abstract class. And what are these properties? First property is abstract class cannot be sealed class. So there is a keyword called sealed. So when I use this keyword sealed, this sealed keyword means that this meter class or this class which is sealed cannot be used as a base class, and that's not true. You cannot use sealed and abstract at the same time, because on the first hand the sealed means this meter cannot be used as a base class, and the definition of abstract says the abstract class can only be used as a base class. So this and this keyword will contradict. So you cannot use sealed keyword with this abstract class. Okay. The second rule is you cannot have the method in abstract class which are private members. So for example, you want to declare this method inside your abstract class as a private member. Private. Okay, and let's compile this and see what happens. It says virtual or abstract member cannot be private. Okay, so you cannot have a private member inside your abstract class. The third rule is an abstract method cannot have virtual method or modifier called virtual. Okay, so for example, we use when we have learned polymorphism, we were using virtual keyword to declare a method prototype so that it can be defined somewhere else. So for example, I want to write something like this: virtual public abstract virtual void. It's not allowed when you use this abstract classes. And when I run this program, it will give me an error and which says this method cannot be virtual. So abstract class method cannot be virtual. Okay. And the last thing is you cannot define a method inside your abstract class as static. Okay, so suppose you want to declare a method like this: public abstract static, then you cannot do this. This is also not allowed. Okay, so when you compile this program, it will give you that your method, you cannot declare this method as static. So what are the conditions? We have learned that your abstract class cannot be sealed, your abstract class method cannot be private, and you cannot use a modifier virtual in the definition of your or in the prototyping of your method in abstract class, and you cannot even use the keyword static in the prototyping of your method inside your abstract class. So in this way you can use abstract classes in C sharp, and just remember those properties of abstract classes which will be useful in your application. Hello guys, welcome once again. In this video I am going to show you the difference between interfaces and abstract classes. So let's see the differences between abstract classes and interfaces. First of all, first difference between interface and abstract class is interface supports multiple inheritance, whereas abstract classes does not support multiple inheritance. So let's see what this means. So in the earlier videos I have shown you that if you define two interfaces, meter I meter 1 and I meter 2, you can inherit from both the interfaces like this: meter 1 comma meter 2, right? And this is valid. So you can inherit from multiple interfaces, but on the other hand, if you want to inherit from a class, normal class or abstract class, doesn't matter, you cannot inherit from multiple base classes. Okay, for example, you want to do something like this and you have one more class meter 1, you cannot write like this. Okay, so interfaces support multiple inheritance, whereas abstract classes does not. The second difference is interfaces doesn't contain data members or fields, and abstract classes contains data members. So let's see what this means. Your interface, when I define, for example, I want to define some field int or int abc, for example, some field, it's not allowed in interface. When you compile this program, it will give you an error because you cannot define fields in interfaces. On the other hand, if you want to define fields in abstract classes, you can do so. So you can just define public int abc, and when you compile your program, it will compile fine. This error is not for this field, but I haven't provided the implementation of this abstract class, so this error is for that. But you can define these fields for abstract classes and you cannot define fields for interfaces, right? The third difference is interfaces doesn't have constructor and abstract classes have constructor, right? So it's easy, by definition only you can see a class can have constructor, right? But in interface is not a class, and that's why it doesn't have constructor. Okay. The fourth difference is interface contains only incomplete members, whereas abstract classes can contain incomplete member or complete members. So in the earlier videos I have shown you that your interface, for example, this only contains the incomplete member. You cannot derive or define the definition of this print meter or other definition inside your interface. You cannot define the definition of this method inside your interface, right? But on the other hand, your abstract class can contain this kind of a method, for example, print meter, which have like this, and which can have definition if it's not an abstract method. Okay, so you can have normal method inside your abstract class which can have definitions. You can just print any message here, right? But you cannot provide definition or source code inside your interface method. Okay, the fifth difference is an interface can have access modifiers by default. That means all interface members are public. Okay, so interface cannot have access modifier. On the other hand, your abstract classes can have access modifiers, subs, function, properties. So you can see these method declaration and you can easily say that this access specifier public, you can have access specifier in the abstract member declaration, but when you try to define this, or when you try to give public specifier to interface method, it's not valid. Okay, and let's see the last difference. The member of interface cannot be static, right? But only complete members of abstract class have a static method. That means you cannot define your interface method like this, static. Okay, it doesn't, it's not allowed. But on the other hand, I can have static method inside my abstract class if it's not an abstract method. This cannot have static member, or this cannot be declared as like this, because this should be static. So this abstract method cannot be defined as static, but if you define a normal method inside an abstract class, it can be static method, right? So this should be not like this, but here static comes, and it's totally valid. But if your abstract class have abstract method, this cannot be static, but normal method inside the abstract class can be declared as static. So these are some of the differences, or you can say interface versus class differences in C sharp. Hello guys, in this video I'm going to show you what are delegates in C sharp. So let's see what is the definition of delegates, and then we will see declaration and usage of delegates. So a delegate is a type which holds a method reference in an object. Okay. We can also say it is also referred to as a type safe function pointer. Okay. So delegate is a type safe function pointer, and generally we use delegate to improve the performance of our application, because we can use a delegate to call methods asynchronously. So I will demonstrate to you what I mean by those lines, but first let's see how we can declare delegates. So for that, what I'm going to do is I have this class called example1, and in this class I will create a public method, for example, which will be public void, or it will return integer, for example, int, and I want to name my method as add, or yeah, add numbers, and this takes two parameters, which are obviously two numbers, right? So this will take two parameters. First is int number 1 comma int number 2. Okay, and what this method does, it just returns the addition of these numbers. So return number 1 plus number 2, right? Plus number 2. This is a small method, and there is nothing special in it. It just takes two number as parameters, and it adds those two numbers and returns, right? Now I said, or by the definition, to declare a delegate, what are delegate? Delegate is a type safe function pointer. So we declare a delegate to point to this function. Okay, so let's see how we can declare delegates first. Delegates, we can use delegate, or we can declare delegate as a simple function with a keyword delegate. So for example, I want to create a delegate for this function. I will take the signature of this method or prototype of this method. I will just copy this and paste it here, and I just need to include a keyword called delegate here. Okay, so delegate, and the name of the delegate, we will name this delegate as such that it represent that it's a delegate of this function. So I can say add number delegate, for example. Okay, this is how you declare delegates. Okay, and this function has the same signature to the function you are pointing. So for now I'm pointing to this function which returns integer. So our delegate will also return integer, and it takes two arguments which are ints, and my function also takes two arguments which are ints. Right, now delegates are similar to a class in a way we can define an instance of this delegates. Like in a class, we can define the object of the class. You can also define the object of the delegate. Okay, so let's use this delegate. Sorry, this delegate, which is add number delegate, to our main function. So I can create an object of this function like this. Like I can do it with classes. Add number delegate del is equal to new add number delegate, and it takes two parameters, right? But for pointing this delegate to this function, right now in the definition we are not specifying that this delegate is for this function, right? But in the construction of this function, or as a constructor of this function, we pass the name of the function we want to point to in this delegate. Okay, so here we pass a function as a constructor, right? And this is showing us error because, for example, we haven't created the instance of this function to use in here. So I will declare this method or function as a static method, and then we will be able to use it. So I will use it as static, and then we can use this. Otherwise we have to define the instance of this example one class, and then by using the object of this class we can call this. But for now we declare this as a static function, so we can use it directly here. Okay, so this is how you can make an instance of delegate. It has the name of the delegate, then the object name is equal to new delegate, and as a construction or as a constructor you pass the function name you want to point to. Okay, and now you can just use this del object as an instance or object of delegate and call that function. So just write del dot dot, and you can just pass those parameters like you can pass to a function, right? So what you can do, for example, I will declare a int result, and this is equal to the addition of two numbers. So just write del, and this will take two arguments which are two integers, right? So because we have passed this add number function as a constructor, or in the construction of this delegate, this delegate knows that it's pointing to this function, and this function is taking two parameters or two integers, right? So I can pass these two integers in here, right? For example, 455 comma 678. Okay, so you can just use delegate like this. You need to pass those parameters which the function is taking, and it will return the result as an integer, whatever it's returning. And then you can just print this console dot write line, and you can just print the answer like this, result. Okay, and when I run the program, it will run fine, and it shows me the addition of these two numbers, right? So this is how you can declare a delegate and use a delegate to point a function. But you can do it like this also. Why do we really need this delegate if we can use this function directly? You can just use this add a number here, and you can pass these two numbers. Instead of doing this, you can just copy the name of this function, and instead of this del object, you can just use this, and it will also give the same result. But why we need to use this delegate? Because whenever we create some classes which has to be used in a general sense, or in a multiple situation, delegates are very useful. Why? Because instead of this condition, for example, you wanted a product of these two numbers, and these two numbers, the argument will be same, but for example, you want to change the functionality of the product. You cannot change the functionality of the product when you use the same function, but you can change the functionality of the functionalities of this number or this function when you use delegates, because delegates just point to a function. So you can point to a add or multiply numbers function, and this delegate will work fine. So in a situation where you need some performance or multiple usage of the function or method, you use delegate. In the next video, I'm actually going to show you how to use this delegate in a better way, using some class and some better example. So stay tuned, and please rate, comment, and subscribe, and bye for now.